And there's Wavelink. Let me check the audio. Can you hear me? Yep, microphone audio is working. Desktop audio should be working. I need to stop clapping. Let me open up my can of La Croix, because it makes me feel like a super big nerd whenever I say La Croix. La Croix. I think a French person would like strangle me if they heard me try to speak French. Merci beaucoup. Enchanté. Is that French? Mademoiselle. I really should have cleaned up before this. Anyways, so yeah, got home a little late, rushed to set up. Should be all good though. Let me see if I can tweak the light a little bit. Maybe a little bit brighter. A little bit more direct. Maybe we should put it like upwards. I think the glare at the bottom over here is a little... Hold on. This way. Oh, goodness. The glare at the bottom of the corner right here, that's a little annoying. But it's also because like it's hitting my shoulder and my chair is pretty bright. So it looks kind of just goofy. I don't have like a box light or a ring light. So I almost bought a box light, but I was just like, it's not really that important. Now, real quick, is this supposed to be this high? What is this? Oh, oops. That's not good. Let me clear all that. I was listening to a bunch of new music, so that was just straight up copyrighted music that just started playing. That's gonna be fun to deal with. YouTube's kind of annoying. Like, it's... Even with Chill Hop, who, you know, is like, you know, you're open to use their music however you want. So long as you credit it properly, you don't like edit their stuff, I think. Is one of the like things you can't do. But like even with them, what happens is like if the individual artist source a piano key, you know, remix it, the AI will still catch that like a tiny bit of audio. They'll catch it. They'll find that audio, and they'll claim that tiny little piano fragment in the background that, you know, you might not even have heard. Or maybe it was remixed, so it's like almost an entirely different song. But the AI can't tell, and the AI doesn't care. And you can fight it, but it's also whatever. Because, you know, if it fails, the punishment's even worse. They like double down on it. But that's just me crying about YouTube. The same thing that like everybody else does. It is what it is. Everybody already knows. 1 second, sorry, I'm adjusting something over there. Alright, microphone, camera, all my art stuff is just sitting right here. I can hear the music just fine. Chatterino's up. Everything's on camera. Yep, we're all good. Hey there, haven't seen you in a little while. Glad to see you back. I'm just getting started, so I was kind of pushing everything around, making sure everything's on and correct. But let's get back to this. What is this? Ooh. So I tweaked things a little bit in between the last stream. I was struggling with the anatomy, so I just took some extra time off camera to work out the anatomy. The only real difference is I think I made the legs a little bit fatter, just a little bit fatter. And then I think I adjusted the head size, but I might not have gone through with that because I didn't really like how his head looks too small. don't know. Trying to see if there's anything else I adjusted. And then you saw that little thing I popped up earlier. I'm doing some little texture thing to try to make this a little bit more interesting. Because like I've always like talked about in some of my pieces, it's like I really want like a edgy feel for the vampires. Because like I think it just really works with the Vampire the Masquerade like mood, the themes, you know, like it's all edge in a very good way. You know, we all love the edge. So I tried, you know, just testing out like textures, some splatters. Thank you. So we're gonna see if I can make sure that the coloring is like this really deep, gritty texture. So like, let me take it off for a second. Here, he looks very pleasant. You know, very handsome faced lad. You know, he's an actor. But then I want the color and the texture to come out, and like you can see what I'm going for there. Like you can see like, despite the handsome face, there is a lot going on back there. See if I can achieve that. Hopefully. I think we were pretty much done. Oh, did I keep it? Oh yeah, you can see what I did. In the meantime, I remember to keep a copy. Sorry, hold on. So this is what it was before. This is what it is now. I just made his legs a little bit thicker. Yeah, that was pretty much it. I just made his legs a little thicker. I used like a model. Do I still have that here? Nope, there we go. I used a little 3D model to kind of get an idea. I always have a worry that I give guys really plump thighs, and I think it's because I've always grown up with I was a fatter kid, so I always give characters similar thighs. Literally no thigh gap, not a thigh gap to be seen. So then I think I started to overcorrect a little bit, and now I'm a little bit back to. I need a little practice getting back to a more reasonable amount of leg flesh, if you will. So we finally got the hair worked out. I think pretty much the costume. His outfit is completely. Do you, David? Messing with the guy. His outfit's pretty much all put together. There's nothing that I'm missing. His beard could be a little bit more rendered, but we can just do that in the inks. So let's go. Just get started with that. That is not what I meant to do. Just put you like right here. I should have got this ready. Hold on. Actually, let me double check my notes. Okay, so line art. So, yeah, I've already got it on here. I'm just going right into the inks. Then we're going to do some quick flats. I'm going to do the background because the last time I did it really. Then we're going to render them out. And, you know, lighting, such as all that good stuff. Oh, did I have something else on there? Oh, I was looking at Tokyo Ghoul. Who was talking about Tokyo Ghoul? Gig UK. He made a video talking about like Tokyo Ghoul's art style. And I was really like impressed with what I was seeing. And that's kind of why I'm thinking about going with a much edgier shading style for these characters. Because like I kind of I'm like I haven't gotten that style, that really like edgy anime look to my digital art yet. I need more practice with that. Like for my pets, I can do it just fine, but for digital, it's like you have to introduce the texture that was never there to begin with, and that's a challenge. Also, before I really get started, just one last second, just bear with me. I'm going to show off a piece that I just posted. I'm pretty proud of this one. This one's been one of my favorites for like a long time. This is the first day of wizarding school. I was having trouble thinking of what to draw, and I just asked a friend. They mentioned a dragon and a wizard, so I came up with this idea. So he said dragon and a wizard. I thought, you know, like, what about a really scary looking dragon and then a goofy little wizard? And then that slowly evolved into, what if there was a tiny little girl wizard, just came back from wizarding school, and then you know, they come home to talk to their mom, which is basically this dragon. And this dragon just, you know, just nothing but like happy to see their daughter come back from school. And then like I just really am like happy with this piece. It was such a fun piece of work on like just her silly goofy little face. All the scales really came out well. I love the little like highlights that I did on the pencil. I'm glowing too much over myself, but you know what? That's fine. And you can see her clutter all over the floor. You can see her like stuffed toys, her little outfits, a pizza, because girls be eating. Girls really do be eating. Then they got fairy lights, and you know, like it's like that overworked mom that like has like all the stuff all over their place, but they're still so happy just to be with just to listen to their daughter talk about school. Like I really like that mood is just so like heartwarming whenever I was working on it, that I just loved every minute of working on this one. So yeah, I try to make like a really like grisly, you know, like this dragon seen war. You know, it's you know this is not a dragon you want to be trapped in a room with, but they have this like really like heartwarming like little just this little girl that, you know, they just like to keep them around because they're really nice and really adorable. Not necessarily pet, you know, tiny. She's basically, you know, just anyways. So yeah, that's that. Go and check it out on my Instagram. You know, I'm really proud of that one. All right, now we can actually start working. So let me zoom out. I'm gonna make a new group, and that it's gonna be a new layer. Perfect. Good grab. Just keep it simple for now. I'm just gonna use my Micron pen. And go. I'm actually not going to do this from too far away because now I need to focus on like the line quality. That's too big. Yeah, like that. In the last stream, I had to spend so much time just like evening out the face. It's really crazy how like your eyes can't really pick up how like one-sided your drawing is. So like in your eyes, everything will seem like it's completely even, and then you flip the piece, and then like it's like, wow, I don't know how that got so lopsided, but I worked most of that out in this piece. It's still favor-sided because he's lifting one arm, so you know, like it still is pretty disorienting when you flip it. Oh, let me see. Yeah, it's still pretty disorienting when you flip it, but you know, he is lifting one arm. You know, like there's not really any way to even that out without doing his other arm doing the exact same thing. Okay, let's try to focus on some of the bigger structures. I get really nervous doing these fine lines. I probably don't need to always do fine lines. I could probably keep it rough, just, you know, clean things up. But something, I think it's just really comforting in my process. Getting like one last refined line art in order to keep things solid, where I can clean things up and take things out that might not be working. Just like one last official look over before I call it and start working on colors. Okay, I'm gonna lock this guide because it keeps moving. What is this? View, lock guides. There we go. I just like having this like one straight down the middle so I can remember how like centered everything needs to be. At least in this one. I don't mind asymmetry. But you know, this one I want to be like very, almost a little bit too standard. Okay, hold on. Let me see if this helps me straighten out my lines a bit. It's not long enough. Go away. That's crazy. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I like to draw through my lines. I always forget this part. It's so... your lines are like so much smoother whenever you like just, instead of trying to keep it exactly to the pencils or the underneath pencils. I'm talking like this is, you know, traditional media. The sketch under the sketch layer underneath where I'm just working out the anatomy is to just like completely draw through the line so you can just focus on getting a good line and then you can clean it up later. It also just like speeds up the process a lot. I think actually I'm gonna go with my brush tool as well. It's inspired by you, Captain America. Really appreciate it. Come on. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Just make this line correct. I think it's too fat. I like the leather jacket, kind of like all the folds to have a weight to them. That's why I'm using this like this liner. I think with the collar it's a little bit more like strict, so I don't really need to have like all this line weight to it. That's a pencil. There we go. Listen, we are not going to be talking about schlong size. That was not my goal for today. Can I get this entire like thing in one line? Let's see. It gets way too fat like really quick. Come on, come on, come on. Nope. Hold on, let me just like limit the size. Maybe that'll help. It's still way too fat, like a 9. Yeah, I think this one's gonna work. Oh, that one was really close. That one, not so much. This is torture, please. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm begging you. Please, 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 please. I like that one. We're gonna keep that one. I think I can just maybe like tweak it a little bit. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. Nope. Okay, like that. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. We'll keep that one. He's gonna be very pointy until I get all the lines in. I'll probably like clean it up once I get done with the jacket. Oh, hold on, I can reset this now. No, I don't need a 1000 pixel brush. Let's go with just like a 520. I need this part to be a little heavier because this is the very edge of the coat. Come on. There we go. Come on. Please, please. I'm begging you. There we go. Well, actually, no, hold on. I need this to flow a little better. There we go. I like that. Hold on. I like that curve. That's good. That's good. A little weight here. Come on. Perfect. 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 Okay. 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 Yeah, let's trim this down a little bit now. There, nice and clean. Oh, hold on. Not just yet. I messed up. Brush size. Brush size. Brush size. Come on, come on. There we go. Just like a reasonable way, not like a really fat line. Okay, let's see. Let's go here. This one might be a little tough because I'm noticing a place where I didn't fully detail it out. This little like meeting here, I don't think it's supposed to look like this. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. I think it'd be good if I do it like that. Then trim that there. Let's kind of go over this once. What am I doing? I just cut that. Oh, stop, please. Did it turn it around? I don't even have like a rotate button. I don't know what's causing that. I think some of the hotkeys are like mixing together and are starting like new commands. No, this one just wasn't finished. Nice. What does this keep resetting to a different size? Whoa, that was a really fat line. Come on, please. Oh, for goodness sake, please. I'm begging. That's a little too big. Come on. This is such a frustrating part, please. It's gonna be a nightmare once I get to the hair. Because that's just all curls, and they're all gonna have like different line weights. I need to stop cleaning up the line so I can focus on getting everything finished. It's a leather jacket, so like some of the structural lines are a little bit angular. Like leather can kind of like build up a little bit stronger than like a cotton shirt would. So instead of like little round little folds, sometimes you can get like really sharp angles to it. And it's just style too. Like I just like the way it looks. Makes it look like just slightly more stiff than just a regular jacket. I'm cleaning up the lines again. Somebody stop me, please. Ooh. That is a really straight line. I like that. We'll keep that. There we go. Now we're looking without the sketch. Okay. Probably add a little bit more variety to the line as far as like the face and jaw. Let's see. Oop, not that. Please. I'm trying to get this like one line is so aggravating. I am pleading with this tablet. Just give me the line. Just give me the line. That works. Trim it down, smooth it out. Just a little bit, just like a hair. I'm getting too obsessed with the line. Let's trim this up real quick. Slim that down a bit. Maybe it's a bit too pointy. Let's try adding like a fold there and just slimming this down a little bit. Something like that. This is slightly downsized fold. Ah, wrong brush. And really clean this one up carefully. How am I going to do this? Ah. There we go. Oh, goodness. All right. We're still alive. We're still in this. Gonna trim that down. Ooh, these lines need to be cleaned up. I want this to be a little bit shorter. As much as I like this line, it's a little too wide, or a little too long. A little longer than I'd like it to be, anyways. That's good. And then just like trim this down a little bit, just a hair. Oh, don't tell me tickets just went on sale for something I was looking at. Wait. Okay, never mind. I'm not watching it. Annie. I made the brush size, like, I keep accidentally touching the size of this brush in particular. So instead of just like the 20 that I keep putting it at, it goes all the way up to like 30. And the hand, everybody loves the hands. Who doesn't love drawing hands? Everybody I know struggles with hands, but I think they're really fun once you get the hang of them. It's just like a ridiculous amount of practice. And then once you know how to draw a hand, it's still hard to like figure out how to pose hands. Like it's like two different skills. Cause what I always had an issue with is finding like natural poses for hands. But after a while you start to get the hang of it. Just like you start to notice like a pattern to like how you hold your hands and how like you draw hands. That also helps a lot too, like looking how other people draw hands or how they pose their hands. Like Ethan Becker talks a lot about one finger outie, which is like you like a lot of the times you group these 3 fingers just as one little big member. That sounds really weird. And then like the pinky is just the only thing out. And then the thumb is always like an entirely different beast. So like you can learn how to do all these 4 fingers, but the thumb is like its own skill on its own. I just said the same thing twice. So like it's really easy to just like draw these fingers and then just the pinky out, just the pinky. That's just like a really like common thing that people do naturally. So that can be like a little cheat that you can do. I like to make them go a little crazy when I can though. And then just knowing that like you don't always walk around with your fists balled up unless you're just really angry. If you're drawing like an angry character, then that's fine. You're like you can like have them just grr. I like to even do like instead of just like a the very simple square like squared fist where everything's just balled up as tight as possible. I usually like to keep it a little loose. So like one knuckle will be prominent, another knuckle following behind it, and then the other 2 are locked up like it was a square. That way you can do like the thumb kind of like a curve. I think that's like really fun to draw. The thumb is always my favorite thing to draw, which is why it's kind of sad that the thumb isn't seen here. I can maybe draw his thumb out like here. But I want it to look a little bit like he's holding a very thick glass of brewskis. He's drinking like a nice stout. I know alcohol words. Thin it out. And then once you like figure out the structure, you can have a little bit more fun with like stylizing it. It might sound weird, but like you can draw hands and then like you can figure out like a fun way to draw hands afterwards. At least for me. Some people like go right into just cartoony, hands, and that's fine. If you're drawing like little Mickey Mouse hands. I think it helps to still know how hands are drawn. Hang on. I'm drawing like a really goofy Mickey Mouse hand. Because like the specific like way that like fingers can wrap around each other, like you can just twist them up like that, and the way that they curl around each other. Humans are really strange animals. That can help whenever you're like getting into like cartooning. So you can see here, like I'm doing like a very like goofy, like plump fingers, but like there's small things that you can like notice. Like the middle finger comes out the most because it's usually like almost like a lead finger, even though you think of the first finger being the lead. Usually the middle finger leads a lot because it's just like a very long finger compared to the rest. For most people, I guess some people might have differently sized fingers. And then also the pinky gets like tucked underneath the ring finger because the opposite, like it's really small. So usually it kind of just like curls up under it and like just gets like tucked in a bit. So it's very fun to know like little tricks like that. That's not an eraser. I have a lot of fun with hands. I think I heard somebody like talk about hands once and like that really stuck to me. Like back when I was like very early into drawing. And what helps me a lot specifically is remembering how knuckles are. Usually I draw knuckles very early on in the hand. And that like helps me figure out the length of the fingers, the size of the palm. Because some people have like long palms. Like they have very long palms. I have a pretty short palm. But some people have like really long palms. And that's also really good for like monkeys. Once you start to get like a really, really long palm, it starts to look like a monkey palm. Because their fingers are like super curled up like this most of the time. And then like their palms are super long compared to humans. So just like having like a little bit of fun stylizing those in that way. Like if you want characters that have like monkey hands, I think that's actually really fun. Monkeys are cool. And you could put that on my tombstone. I think I need to trim my mustache. It's tickling my nose. So here you can see like I'm actually like doing the knuckles first, because here's the knuckles. Because it's like helping me figure out like how long do I want the first digit of the finger to be. Because I'm noticing the way I drew the fingers out is a little weird. And then another thing that helps me is learning like all the little ridges of the hand. So there's a very prominent one just like straight right across the palm. And then a really wide one for the thumb. And then knowing that it can like, there's like a space in the middle between all the folds. Like, hold on, let me just draw that out. This is a palm. Okay. Fingers, 2, 3, 4, and 1. So the thumb has, like I said, it's its own beast. So it gets like this really unique, like big ridge right there. Then there's just one across the top, and it can split into like 4s depending on how you want to style it. Some people have like really prominent ridges between them. Specifically if they have like calluses, they'll get like really like big ridges like here. And then there's a space in the middle, so you can draw out this little section. It's almost like the reverse of a thumb, but it's not usually as prominent. It's not as thick. And that's like a very simple breakdown of the hand. And then you can draw it from the side. Fingers, thumb, and then you can learn how to draw that from the side. So this is where like the calluses are. This is the big thing for the thumb, and then this is just like the space in the middle where it connects. Yeah, that's how you like draw the hand from the side in a very like simplified way. They say don't use your own hand as a reference, but I don't know how you wouldn't like you just have to. It's literally right in front of you. I mean, definitely like use other people as references too, but like just using your own to like figure out just like how like different joints connect to each other, like different like groups of fat and meat. I meant to say muscle, not meat, but you know, also meat. All that can be really helpful. Use the tools that's already given to you. Another tricky spot can be like the wrist. And even then, even sometimes you can see that I completely screw up the wrist because sometimes I don't pay it enough attention. I get really focused on doing the hand right and then forget about connecting it to the arm really well. Because it has like, you know, like the very prominent ridge where the bone is. That's basically like all I draw. Come on. Work for me. Come on. Please. There we go. That one's perfect. That's the one. Now, people don't usually have like a line like actually separating the hand from the wrist like this one here. But usually if you see it like in very specific lighting, you can see that there's like a very solid ridge there. And that's why I like to draw that out, because it's a very hard ridge. Then you can also get used to like drawing all the tendons in the fingers, the veins that go across your hand. It's helpful to remember, like if you have an old character, they usually have like very prominent veins, or like a very muscular character, they have like very prominent veins. And then for very youthful characters, they usually don't have like really strong ridges, like maybe 1 or 2 lines. Because all of it's just smooth skin. I'd do a ghoul voice if it wouldn't sound terrible. Another thing I do with fingers is I like to stylize them to be like, imagine this is just like one little digit from your finger and like pinky to, you know, the first digit. I like to just like connect it with it like a little skinnier on the inside instead of just doing a cylinder. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. It's a little bit like more fatter. But this is kind of like the shape I'm going for. That's kind of how like I like to draw hands. Something about it like gives the right weight. It's like it makes the individual knuckles on the finger really prominent. Although I think if your fingers look like that in real life, if the knuckles are that much bigger, that's probably a sign of like arthritis. Because the older you get, the arthritis gets like really like rough there. Like it causes it to swell really bad. Go away. Then you become really big. Okay, let me see if I can clean this up now. I'm gonna make this little ridge here a lot thinner. Oop, come on. Yeah, thin that out. I don't want it reaching too. Oh, I still like this line right here. This is a little bit of one of those things you start to notice if you just like look at different hands a lot. There's like a little bit of skin that builds up between each knuckle, so it gets really thin, and that's usually what makes the lines across the fingers, like these little like basically fat lumps. They can become really prominent, especially when you get older. Like the skin starts to sag a bit there, and it gets like really thin. Like, let me see if I can draw that a little bit, like more focused. Hold on. Let's do this cleaner. Okay, so that's a finger. Sometimes if your skin is like really thin, you'll notice that like there's like a little strip of skin that flattens out over there. So sometimes I like to just stylize that as like just like a simple it being pulled this way, and maybe like even a line like right there. Just the nail. Yeah. So that's why I like putting that line there. I also do the same here because if you have like webbing between your fingers, you'll usually see that too. Just like a tiny little sliver of skin between the fingers when they get stretched out. Like here, you can see the webbing would be like in this area right here. But all I need to do is just a little bit of overlapping lines. That should be enough. I'm gonna do the line here. You don't actually have to like draw out each individual knuckle, but sometimes it does like read very well. Kind of like one of those comic book things where it's just like you don't necessarily have to like put all that definition into the muscle. You can just leave it up to like lighting, but you know, sometimes it makes it very obvious like the different shapes if you just have like a line denoting it, instead of just like leaving it all up to like really like good rendering. You know, like Alex Ross, he can do, you know, render everything out, because, you know, it's a very photorealistic style. You know, just like somebody like a Jack Kirby, somebody with like a very like comic book style, you know, like a very cartoonized style, can benefit from just like drawing out the shapes. I think this is a little too rough. Let's slim it down a bit. Drawing little veins are kind of weird. Just like that. All right, that's one hand. Let's see if we can do the other. Yeah, let's do the other arm first. And maybe we'll move on to a different section. That way I don't get like too tired. I have a coffee, but I'm already getting very sleepy. You would think I would know to just like go to bed early. But alas, I do not. Going to bed is for the weak. This is brought to you by late night propaganda. Don't buy into big sleep. Don't buy into like the mattress companies. They just want you to sleep. It's all lies. You never need to sleep. Don't actually take that as fact. Twitch, please. I'm begging you. Do not think I'm actually giving advice. Listen to my art advice if you like, but don't listen to any of my medical advice. Oh wait, why is my brush so small? Again, I don't know why this keeps happening. I keep like accidentally making the brush tiny or huge. I'm gonna actually keep that. Let's see if I can erase this one instead. I'm just gonna trim this up one. Just this one. Then we're gonna just move on. Actually, hold on, let me add a little bit more wrinkle. It's always good to have wrinkles at the joints, shoulders, the wrist, the elbow. I forgot the word for elbow. We'll make it through this. There we go. Oh, hold on. It's a tiny little one here. There we go. So let's try to clean things up. You might have to dial back some of the wrinkles. We'll see. You don't want too many wrinkles. Something then it just makes your shirt just look, you know, uncared for. Which maybe you want that for a character, but you know, it depends. In this case, I don't want his jacket too wrinkly. Just wrinkly and that you can tell it's been used. But maybe not like a super old, crinkly jacket that he's worn for years. He might be a very old vampire, but he's not. I forgot the word. Unrefined. That wasn't the word I was gonna use, but that's the word I'm gonna use now. I want this line to go a little further. For like clothes, you want the folds to like really line up with the way that the body's moving. It also can really help to like show where the body is in like a very loose clothing. So like for example, that's an arm. It's a very exaggerating arm, but it's arm nonetheless. Then you put like a jacket over it. You can have like lines that like show the muscles underneath the really loose jacket without having to like make the jacket see-through. You just need to know how to do the folds in a very like subtle way. I mean, it's also like stylized to how you want it to be, so you could completely ignore that and just make like very boxy folds. You can have everybody in like very rugged clothing. Like I'm picturing Sin City, you know, like to a degree it follows the body, but like he also just has like very rugged look. Like it's very rugged looking characters. Cause you know it's all about like giving that like look of everything's like nasty and you know and rough. There's nothing smooth and easy about the world. It's all nasty gross. I mean that's how Frank Miller always with his comics. At least in that era. Is he American or is he Scottish? Or is that Grant Morrison? I think Grant Morrison's Scottish. Let me double check. Grant Morrison, yep, he's Scottish. And then Frank Miller, I think is just American. Yeah, he's just American. I think his family is like super military based, so he's like very, very American. Thanks. We're not doing comic book history right now. As my brother says, American comic books are cringe. Hey, this one has a thumb. This hand, I can actually draw the thumb. I like drawing very gnarly hands. Very like curled up, very wrinkly hands. They're just really like satisfying to draw out. Giving them all the little skin folds. Ooh, all the veins. All the wrinkles. And then I have to remember like, oh yeah, this is like a 20-year-old guy, not a 80-year-old elderly man. Witches have the best hands. Because, you know, they're like the peak of like gnarliness. They're like, you know, they get all the works. They get the veins. They get the really big knuckles because they're all like arthritis ridden. They get all the little wrinkles because their skin is so loose. And then they also get the perk of having like claws with it too. Because, you know, they're all old. Then you get like all this like hangnails. You get all those wrinkles. Old witches have the best ones. Witches are just the best hands. Maybe zombies. Zombies are like a close second because then you can have like little holes in them. You can have like some missing fingers, so you get a lot of variety with them. And then you can even have like fingers that don't even work anymore because they're just like literally useless. They're just all curled up and nasty. Monkeys are very strong. Monkeys and apes, they have like a very strong, like maybe third place behind the elderly. Because they can just have them like all... They have like a very specific way of being drawn where, like I said, they have like long palms. Their fingers are usually all balled up. Then they don't usually trim their nails, so you know like you got to do that in a very specific way too. Monkeys have great hands. Hands are fun. I think because it's almost like eyes. You can have like a lot of character just within the hands. That's why I hear like there's some people who are like attracted to the hands because they're just like they have like a lot of character. That's why people like bass players because they have like really big long fingers. Not all the time, obviously, but you know. We speak in tropes and generalizations. It's a really good coffee. And you know what they say about guys with big hands. Haha. They love to play bass. Let's see. This one's a really fun one. See, like I said, it's really hard to get like a really natural hand position. So it takes me a little work to get it right. Like, let me see. Do I still have like the first iteration of the sketch? I want to look at that for a second. Just a second. Let's go with the very, very first sketch. Make him visible. Turn this off. Till I just have like his hand very limp. Like sometimes having the hand too loose will actually look unnatural. So like here his fingers are straight, like just like falling straight down, and even that to a degree looks unnatural. Because sometimes you have a little bit of structure to it. Like I said, the fingers usually they group together naturally. Like 3 fingers and then one outie. So sometimes it's like this where the pinky's out. Sometimes it's like this where the index finger's out. I forgot the name for it. I was just gonna say main finger. But usually just like one finger is like, I want to say activated. Like one finger is like the one that's actually like moving and doing stuff. And then the other fingers are just like limp. So having like all 4 fingers limp, or even the thumb, because in that pose the thumb would just be like hiding behind everything. That can be a little like funky. Is that messing with like the zoom? Hello. Because I think I have autofocus. No, we're good. Rubbing my eyes. He looks so weird here. I'm really glad we like got everything filled out. Turn this back on. Back. I think his finger's a little fat. I should make this a little bit more slender. He doesn't have like a fat index finger. Why do I have a pencil? This isn't even a pencil stage. And then I've also mentioned that after this, we're probably going to be doing some side pieces just to get like a little bit, have a little bit more fun, not get too bogged down with the vampires. Because eventually I'm going to have to finish with the vampires. One day, one fateful day, we will be finished with all 14 clans. 14 clans. 14 clans. There we go. My pronunciation can get a little slack. I think having the mic so close kind of makes me start to muffle everything. But eventually, like, you get used to it. You get used to it. Like, I've definitely heard people before, especially like back in like the Xbox Live Call of Duty days. There used to be people who would just have like the mic right up next to their mouth, and then they just there's somebody back there. Yeah, those were fun days. What just happened to my freaking brush? What is that? There's a slash pixel? I wanted to be around. I like giving right now something I'm doing a lot is I'm giving like fingers very flat tops. I think Boku, I was gonna say it in Japanese, My Hero Academia, sorry, bad Japanese, has like really round, really like flat fingers. Hold on. Hero Academia hand. I know he does like really giant hands, but I also think he like gives the fingers like very flat tops. Let's do like the manga because the anime has like a much smoother style. Actually, to its detriment, a little bit, because you know it just makes it easier for animations. Copy image. Go put this in. Make this all top so it doesn't get. And then we're gonna move him all the way down. I said move. There we go. So you can see here, like he has the artist. Let me find the artist's name real quick. I was talking about Tokyo Ghoul. I should probably talk about that for a little bit. Kohei Horikoshi. Apologies for any possible Japanese viewers now and in the future that have to hear that. But Kohei Horikoshi. I messed that up really bad. Horikoshi. Kohei Horikoshi. There we go. He does like really like flat tops for the fingers, and that's really like that's inspired me a lot. And he also does really big hands because it makes characters look really like, it makes them look powerful. It also makes the kids look a little bit more distinct because I think Deku has like particularly giant hands compared to everybody else. But yeah, something about it just, I think it makes characters feel a little bit more tactile than giving them like really round and complex features. Like it really makes like those lumps, those really lumpy looks very prominent. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's something I've been doing a lot. Tell me I've been doing this all on the correct layer. Okay. I was like, why is this here? I forgot this was me drawing a finger. I want to do this all in one line, if I can. can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. You're gonna hear me grunting a lot because I'm just gonna be trying to get this right. I'm begging. Please. Come on. Oop, oop, oop. It's not exactly what I wanted, but maybe I can just work with it. Yeah, we can work with that. We'll just act like that's what the original line art was gonna be. Your fingers, I can stylize them how I want. You're not my boss. I can just tweak it so like the fingers are spread a little bit more. Hopefully that won't look too unnatural. We'll see. We're going off the road now. Make sure each finger gets like enough like thickness to it. I think I've explained this before, but fingers also like curl up into each other. Hold on. So you see how like my fingers like wrap around the ball? Each finger is like slightly curved, so then they can wrap into each other really well. They're not just like completely flat and straight. You know, like they curl at different angles, so they can wrap around like balls like really well. Yeah, that makes sense. So you have to keep that in mind also when drawing hands, is that they're gonna wrap around and curve around a ball basically at a slight angle. They're not like completely perfect because you can tell like the pinky doesn't like really wrap around 100%. But like you can tell like there is a little bit of it, like it almost like rotating it. Like if imagine like I'm rotating it around a little bit like that. Each one rotates a little bit independently of each other. So when you're drawing hands, just like keep in mind that they rotate a little bit too. So one finger will be at this angle. Hold on. Let me do it in a different color. Let's go cyan. So one finger will be like this. Usually by the time you get to the pinky, it'll be at the other angle, like this. You know, instead of just being like all fingers following the exact same angle. That's how you get like really cartoony hands, which is also fine. You can do that if you want like a really cartoony style. We accept all styles here. Usually, actually, like I follow a lot of like very cartoony artists instead of realistic artists, because like I think I get inspired more by people who have like a very simplified style, because you can focus on ideals a lot better by having a very simple style. And then you can just also be, you know, gifted at both if you're somebody like the One Punch Man artist and / Ice Shield 21 artist. Like he's very creative and he's also extremely like realistic in his style, and it makes me mad because how are you able to be such a good artist? That's not allowed, especially when it's One Punch Man, because I personally am not super into One Punch Man. Yet for some reason it has some of the best art I've ever seen, period. Like you're not allowed to be that talented. It's kind of like Harry Styles, where it's like, hey, stop being like good at music and also super handsome. Like that's not allowed. Stop it. And then he can act too. Like stop it. Like what, is the guy who does One Punch Man art also like super handsome? I will actually cry if that's true. You're not allowed to be all three. Oh, sorry, both talented and also like super good looking. What is his name? One Punch Man artist. Just showing me the art. Yusuke Murata. Some would call him handsome. He's definitely better looking than me. Anyway, that's enough of it. Let's focus on drawing hands and fingers. How is it looking? I might make it bigger, but we'll see. Try to clean it up. I think this finger might need to rotate a little bit more. Like that. And then from here, a little bit like that. Here, I try not to make the fingertips too square, like a little bit round, a little bit of both. I think first you need to like really define, when you define them, it's good to have them square. Then once you start to clean it up, you can round them out a bit more. Need to thin this finger out. Every one of my characters has really well trimmed nails. So far. Maybe I'll figure out a character. I think maybe because they're all vampires, they all have that thing where, you know, as soon as they get bitten, they just look like a super improved version of themselves. Like they're just super gorgeous versions of what they were in real life. You know, some kind of like supernatural like charisma, except for Maria. But you know, she's a Nosferatu. She has a much more attractive personality. That's actually true, because she's actually like a super happy character. Sometimes you need super happy characters in your life. It's like just people who are like absolutely joys to be around. You need some people like that in your life. I try to be that for other people. Fingernails also help you to help tell like which, like the rotation of the finger, because since the fingernails are like directly in the middle of your fingers, or yeah, your fingertips ends. No, let's just say fingers. You can kind of tell like if it's like facing directly towards you by whether or not. By where it's like laying down on the nail on the finger, so you can tell these are like slightly to the right because you can see the skin here, but not on the other side. Same with this one, and then it starts to reverse on the other end towards the ring and pinky finger. But this is also really small one. Okay, let's leave it there because I think we don't need to get too detailed. And I am immediately changing my mind. I'm going to get really detailed. And then we do the knuckles. This was one where I didn't actually draw the knuckles yet. Usually I do that first. I might be getting too veiny and wrinkly here. Yeah, let's slim it down just to maybe just like no, I like that line though. Yeah, I think that's good. Let me take off the sketch. Maybe that'll clear it. Oh yeah. That's good. That's good. I forgot to erase this. What? I thought I erased it already. Oh my goodness, that's the wrong brush. I swear, I'm gonna cry. So that's the hand. Stretch. Oh, this. Sorry, give me a second to just decompress after working on those hands. Drawing's fun. I have a really good time working on this stuff. Coffee break. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting to the syrup, so I probably should stop drinking that now. All right. Let me do like the outline of the legs, and I'm gonna skip to the head. Just go right for like the hardest part. So let's just get this. A little bit of the vest. Yeah, like. I said outline, but I'm already doing all the details. So like I was saying about putting wrinkles towards the joints. The pants usually get like a ton of wrinkles towards the crotch. And that's just how it is, because that's where all like the movement in the legs is pretty much come from. And then all the knees as well. Little towards the ankle, but usually the pants just hang over the ankle, so no matter where it's moving, it's not really going to affect the pants that much. And it's always hard getting like the right amount of wrinkles around here, because I think people get a little too weirded out by it. Where they're like, any wrinkles, and some people will be like, oh, look at that, you know, bulge. And it's like, it's pants just wrinkle, okay? Like there's like big lines all over the place that they don't really mean anything other than the cloth is bending there. bold. Or maybe that's just me in my head, and like I get to like worry that somebody's trying to think I'm trying to imply something that I'm not. Maybe it's all in my head. Yeah, usually around like the hips where the leg connects to it. That's usually where they have like a lot of folds. Oop. I want the lines to be thick here, but not too insane. It'll be a little bit too noticeable. How's that? It's a little thinner, but I think it actually looks good. Oh, let me see from afar. Maybe it'll benefit me to go ahead and do that again. I'm actually gonna do this one over again too. I'm in the wrong layer. It actually works really well. I did that very slowly, but it looks good. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, let me do it this way. See this up. I think that's perfect. I like that. Oop. There we go. Just gotta keep going until eventually. Okay. Let me do the little best here, just like the where parts. This? Oh, it's a paintbrush. I was like, why am I erasing the sketch lines when I'm not even on that layer? Eek. All right. We're getting there. Almost at that 2-hour mark. We might not go long. We'll see. I kind of don't want to be doing 3-4 hours every single time. Like, it's just on days where I really feel like I need to. If we get like a lot done today, we might be able to call it early. Or, well, I guess on time technically. Please, I'm begging you, just let me do this line correctly. It's just one eyelash, a singular eyelash. That's all I ask. No. This is gonna be the next 30 minutes, isn't it? Let me just make the brush smaller. Perfect. Erase this. This is a weird thing for me to do, but let me just is it cheating? Sure. Do I care? Not particularly. If it does what I want, then I'm happy. Like deselect and put it right back, and we keep vibing. Where's my brush? Oh, I turned off my tablet on accident. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. It's just one line. I'm begging. That won't actually follow through. It was just not the right thickness. Please. I can do this in one stroke, I promise. Oh my god. How did I even do that one? Hold on, let's take it slow. Ooh. That was hold on, let's see if I can do that a little smoother. Oh, come on, it's so close. I'm begging you. Please. You know what? We're gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna go with the stabilizer. Oh my god. That looks so good. I don't care if it's cheat, that works. Well, actually, hold on. Let's keep this on. We can just clean them both up at the same time. How does this look from afar? I want him to have like really thin viper teeth. I also don't want it to look goofy, so let's see. Nah, that looks... I might actually go for one of those egg. Please? Thank you. Go for one of those like one fang coming out things. Kind of like you see in anime. I don't know how you get a single tooth poke out, but yeah. No. Nah. That does look a little weird. Let's just keep it simple. Hey. Probably should have just mirrored the eye and just did them both at the same time. But alas. Here. Oh, let me do cheekbones too. You know what? Let's just... did I do that? I don't. I don't even have a rotate button. Why do I keep doing that? Oh, Tokyo Ghoul. That's right. So yeah, I was watching a video talking about like Tokyo Ghoul's art style and specifically the difference between the anime and then the manga, and how they like really calm things down for the anime. I mean, they also changed like a lot of the story, but even just like as far as like emotional moments and beats, they really like tone things down for an anime about basically like people who are like biologically cannibals. Like they have to eat people. But you can't have that on TV. And so instead of just not making an anime, they just chose to cut out all the really bad stuff or change it so it's not so bad. Okay, maybe I do need to, or maybe it will help if I just like do it from this side. Yeah, I think that actually almost immediately helped. Maybe he's born with these eyelashes. Maybe it's Maybelline. This isn't part of the sketch yet. I'm making an executive decision to give him lots of eyelashes because I think it looks good. And just these little eyelids. There you go. That's the face. Take a gander at his face to marvel at it. Okay. Just stretch. Let me get his clavicle. That's the right word, right? That kind of sounds weird in my head. Yeah, clavicle. Okay. Collarbone. Actually, instead of a little ring, what if I just put like a little pin? Make it kind of like my earring, a little push pin. Okay. Do the eyebrows and then try to see how much of the hair we can do before I decide it's a good time to stop. Change the wrong brush of change the size of the wrong brush again. Wait a second. That ear is insanely far down. Wait a second. What's going on? Hang on. Let me put up a guide real quick. Oh, the guides are locked. One second. Guide. Add a new one just like at the bottom of this ear. I can even these out a bit. Alright, merge. Select, deselect. And let's get rid of this. Edit or review, start. Lock guides, there we go. Alright, right back in. Just evening out the ears. Because he's not like cocking his head to the side or anything. We're not doing too bad, actually, for as far as like getting the line art done, because we're pretty far into this. And there's not a lot more I can. You know what? I'm gonna say we can maybe finish this in one sitting. Let's try and see if we can do that. I think the hair is really gonna slow me down, and then I'm gonna immediately change my mind. Okay, let's just get right into it. The hard part. You know what? I actually kind of want to do this on another layer, just in case I need to like screw things up. Oh crap, I didn't mean, oh my goodness, I didn't mean to do any of that. changed wrong. This entire stream, I've just been changing the size of the wrong brush. Oh, because the eraser I'm gonna change all the time. This one is like gonna be, you know, I need a small eraser, big eraser, but the brush should be pretty consistent, or at least I would like it to be. But I keep, for some reason, pressing the wrong button. I'm doing like the wrong combination. Now the hair is hopefully gonna look really good because I'm gonna use this liner with this brush that lets there be like a lot of variety to the width, and then that's gonna come together really well with all these curls, because you can really apply like a lot of different like depths with depth. Come on, please. There we go. You can apply like a lot of different like depths when you have like a brush that actually like allows for different line weights. That's why I always like love using like a brush pen whenever I'm drawing. Like I abuse brush pens. Does it make for the most coherent art? No, but you know, sometimes you don't need it to be. Let there be a little chaos in the line art. You learn to let go when you use stuff like that. Oh, I just realized it's been a while. Let me go ahead and save this before I end up losing it. Come on. Just finish the eyebrow. This is almost perfect. I just went over the line a little bit. But now it's fixed. Alright, let's go and give it a quick save. A lot of stretch. I gotta update my windows and after this. Yeah, I'm already liking the look of that. Although I noticed a little bit of it. It's like a little hitch in this hair. Almost like it has like a claw. Wow, that actually looks perfect. Sometimes the lines just work. They just work. Oh, I don't even know if I finished my statement. But basically, the manga art for Tokyo Ghoul is very brutal, it's very expressive. And it's way better than anything that the anime made. And I actually like the anime. Like, I thought it was pretty decent. Like, I thought it was like a very solid, you know, very... edgy gets used a lot. I use it a lot, especially. And I'll admit, I do it in disdain most of the time. But, like, sometimes it's okay to be edgy. Like, I would also say Berserk is edgy. But, like, you know, that doesn't mean it's not also one of the goats. One of the goats. At least from what I've seen. I've only watched the movies. I know of some of the stuff that happens in the manga, but like I don't need, you don't need a lot to know that Berserk is just insane. Especially if you see some of the art, like the art. Kentaro Miura, rest in peace. That is some of the best art in manga. Period. Yeah, it depends on whether or not it's just like all shock and awe, kind of like a Akame ga Kill, you know, like it's fine if you like that too, you know, it's fine if you just like stuff for the sake of shock, like Elfen Lied is another one where it's just like there's a lot of shock and not really much substance, but you know, that's fine. I would say Berserk is shock and substance because it actually feels like it has a lot to say about like humanity and stuff like that. And then I think Tokyo Ghoul is also one where it actually has a lot of substance. It's just like a lot of that gets lost in the anime. So when you watch the anime, you might think you come off of it thinking that it's just like a very edgy anime, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. It's good. It's still good for that. But I think the manga has like a lot more to say about like, you know, humanity, especially since, you know, like it's literally a character who is fighting between, you know, two different origins, you know, humanity and ghouldom. I don't know what to call ghouldom. Ghouls. Like as a species. Come on. How is this the line that's not smoothing out? This is just such an easy one. Yeah, maybe I was rushing it. And another aspect that it loses is like a lot of just like the raw emotion, and especially in like how expressive the art is. Like I've seen some of the panels. Like I mentioned, I did watch Gig UK. I'm a big fan of his since, I don't know, 2017, something like that. Back when he was just doing like top 10 lists like that's when I got into Gig UK. And then he became a much more rounded video maker. I wouldn't say video essays. They're not very long videos, but you know, they're like discussions about different topics in anime. And he was talking about Tokyo Ghoul this time, and like showing off like a lot of just like the really like gruesome panel art that didn't make it into the anime. And it's just like the one he especially shows is like the I Am a Ghoul panel, where he kind of accepts his origin, or well, his new lifestyle. I'm trying to think of the word. He accepts himself for what he is, which is a monster. And like I just love, like, it's not my favorite anime or manga, but like I absolutely love like some of those really peaked emotions that it reaches. I just like that, like extremely brutal, like just primal moment after like, I don't know, what is it, like weeks of being tortured? Just nonstop like agony and regenerating his body, and just only to be like tortured again. It's just like so insane. It's so like gut wrenching. I don't even know what this shape is. I'm gonna like make an assumption. Let me make this brush smaller because I think it's getting too plump in some areas. Let's keep it 13. But yeah, and whenever I saw that panel, like I started to realize like, wow, I really need to like keep that, like, cause like I started from like a very anime, like it was all anime inspired, like, you know, all that, the edginess, all the that you see like all over anime, all, you know, like the very obvious example that like very clearly inspired me is like, you know, the Ninetales, especially like that very first reveal back in like Haku and Zabuza, where like it's just like those really like heavy lines, you know, he's screaming, the demon eyes, everything is like all like blurry because he's just like going animalistic, he's going beast mode. Like that really like inspired me really early on. Those like moments, like I talk about this a lot sometimes, but like I'm a very like naturally an edgy person when it comes to my art style, and I have to like tamper it down because like I feel like it gets too melodramatic. Cause you know, I'm too cool to be like edgy. Like I need some substance. But I'm trying to like, I'm like relearning, like sometimes I just need to like let loose and just let things be dumb and edgy when I want it to be. Cause I mean, it's vampires. Like I don't have to be so serious. I can just have fun and let them be messy. Anyways, that's what I hope. So I'm gonna try to like just be a little bit more expressive with like the art and the shading and the coloring and everything, hopefully. Maybe not to the lengths of, you know, like I am Ghoul. Let me see if I can pull that up. I really hope it's not TTOS. Is that how you say it? Like a violation. Very visceral. I'm not gonna do the ones with actual blood. What is happening? Copy image. There we go. So just like, look how like just nasty all the lines are here. Like the shading is nasty. The inks are nasty. Like obviously the emotions are just like overwhelming. It's literally like pouring out of the character. You like don't even need the words to like kind of know the emotion, or you don't even need the context to see the emotion that is like happening here. Like I really like want to be able to like channel just like those really like impactful looks, and just like not even worry about like the story or the storytelling. Sometimes like I think I get too obsessed with being clean and like being like legible, and I think I miss out on some just like that rawness to it. That's what I think, anyways. Hopefully I get something like that. What am I doing? Oh, that's right, I forgot I'm doing the hair on a different layer. How's this looking? Probably gonna be pretty great. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like a mask erase. That way like I don't delete all of it, but I do like smooth things out. Or maybe all it needs is like whenever I color the line art, make it a color that, you know, have some transitions where some of it stands out and some of it doesn't. But I think especially whenever I'm like done with this one, I'm gonna really try like making some pieces that are just like really like stylized and emotional. Hopefully, we'll see if I can achieve that. I'm gonna try to do it in all of my work, but you know, especially try to practice that in the next few pieces coming, in the months and weeks that come. But otherwise, as far as like actual Tokyo Ghoul now, away from that like specific idea, I like the manga, like the anime. The anime was actually pretty solid. It wasn't great. Like I could tell like some of it was just like very either broken logically or just like rushed, because you know they kind of like trim things out, change things around, just like as they please, which is so fun. I love when they don't follow the story that is a very clear path to something people like. Sometimes that works out, you know, like Fullmetal Alchemist is actually really cool. Like they went really out there with trying to end it themselves because the manga wasn't done yet, so they just made up an ending, and it's a really like bizarre but like interesting idea. Like it's not the worst way to end it. It's not as good as the actual like Brotherhood ending, because I feel like, you know, like I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like that is just really I think Fullmetal Alchemist has just a very strong ending. But I also like Soul Eater's ending, so maybe my opinion shouldn't matter, because like I've heard some people like absolutely hate Soul Eater's ending. Maybe it doesn't like wrap up as much as it should, but like I kind of get the idea of where things go from there. I think Soul Eater is also another one of those anime that where they kind of just made up an ending. Really early on, that was like everywhere. Like every single anime just made up the ending. Like the people who wrote the anime were different from the people who different from the person who wrote the manga. So almost every anime you would see, whenever they would get to the end, they would just like completely make it up, and it would have like nothing to do with what was going on in the manga. Because usually the manga, you know, didn't end there. Like usually they go on like for another 100 or 1,000 chapters. So whenever they were just calling it quits on the anime, they were just like, oh, let's just make it up. So you just had to get used to that a lot. Any old heads for anime? I act like I'm that old. Like I'm just a Naruto era. Like I'm not even like a Saint Seiya Sailor Moon era. Watched a bit of Yu Yu Hakusho. My brother is super huge Yu Yu Hakusho fan. Him being slightly older than me. Or I think like 4 years older than me. So I'm technically a 90s kid, but he's like legit 90s kid. I'm gonna scream. Come on. Come on. There we go. I think 9:30 I'm definitely gonna call it. I don't want to go on for too long. I've been working a lot this week, so I kind of just feel like having some more time for myself. Or not working, but like I've been doing a lot this week for myself. Like, you know, work that no one's asking me to do, but you know, I decide to do on my own anyways. And I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of other stuff that I want to do. Like just normal gaming, catching up on some music. Ooh, but I do have fun doing this too. What was I just talking about? Oh, Tokyo Ghoul, the anime. I like it. It was fun. It was kind of a mess, but it was good. You know, some of those like really like you know, like those best scenes. I mean, even the scene that they changed heavily, the torture scene in the very like end of the first season. I think that was the like climax of the first season. It's been a while with Jason. Even that was like a great scene in the anime. Even if it was like way better in the manga, it was still like really solid in the anime. Just that fight, you know, all those powers. I'm a sucker for like powers, especially if like every character has their own unique power. Like I'm sold. That's all I need. You know, like because in my head I'm like, okay, now I want to see the different designs for every character. I want to see every individual design for every single character. You know, like everybody has a unique weapon, so like I want to see every unique weapon. I want to see their unique fighting style. I want to see their unique animations. Like I'm a sucker for like whenever like there's opportunity for like different character designs and different animation designs. Like that is my jam. It's like I think it comes from like loving Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, whoa, there's a dragon. There's a Super Saiyan 1 and a Super Saiyan 2 and a Super Saiyan 3. It's like having like all those different like opportunities to design them differently. Or, you know, like 1 and 2 is pretty similar, but then you get 3 and you're like, what? Excuse me? You get Kaioken, and I don't know what the blue Super Saiyan hair is because I don't keep up with Dragon Ball anymore, but you get blue-haired Goku. Then, you know, if you go to GT, then you're like, you're Super Saiyan 4? Like, whoa, this is like such awesome like opportunity to like just make a bunch of different like Dragon Ball. And you know, like if you like were online at that time, you could see like all these like fan versions. Like I think I remember like a Super Saiyan God being very popular. Hold on. Is it actually called Super Saiyan God? That's not actually what I meant. Not the red hair. Like there was an old school one where I think they like kept going with the idea like if his hair just keeps getting bigger, then Super Saiyan God would just like be like a giant ball of hair. They actually named something Super Saiyan God, so it doesn't even come up anymore. I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I? Whatever. Let me just get like a different example because I can't find the one that I'm thinking of. Oh, here we go. This is close. This is one that I used to see a lot. Hello? But here's one. So like everybody like online would just like make their own like Super Saiyan forms, like their own designs. I've got no idea what's going on with this one, but like for me, even like as a little kid, just like I would just like love, like, whoa, he has white hair and you know his hair is even crazier, and you know like all these like cool designs. I loved that, and then you can tell like being a Naruto fan growing up, like I was like the 9 tails, like each tail that would come out would have like a slightly different energy and different form. Like, oh my god, when the 2 tails first came out. Oh. Because they also have a 2-tailed fox, so it's like slightly different. Let's just go with the 4 tails because that one's easier to find. Do you have like the original? Yeah, here we go. Let's go with this one. It's more of like a fan edit, but go with this one. So like back when like the first like Naruto like came out and this was like how it looked. Oh, wait a second. My image flipped. I've been working on a flipped image for hours. Anyways, like I remember like obviously edgy, love it. Demons, love it. Like what like everything I needed as far as like enjoying it was there. And then like a few years later, they would come out with like the 4 tails. Like, what is going on? Okay, hold on. Okay. Like whenever I first saw that design drop, whenever I first saw like that come up in an episode, I was like, oh my god, they all like the more tails he grows, each one looks different. Like I was just thinking like the opportunities of like, oh my god, what's it gonna look like when it gets to 5 tail or 6 tails or 7 tails? I think they went by 2s, so like they wouldn't look any different until like he got to like the 2 tails would look kind of similar to the first one. The 4 tails was different, then the 6 tails had a different one, then the 8 tails had a different one, and then 9 tails was like entirely different. Like that, like, oh dude, that's what I'm into. Whenever you have like multiple forms for the same character, and so each one their own opportunity to design him a little different. Like I love that so much. That like scratches the itch of like my favorite part of design. Like having like there's like a few little like niches of like design where like my brain is just like, it just starts like melting down where it's like, oh, I can do this, or I can do this, or I can do this, or maybe we can like give him like 8 tails, or maybe he can have bones. And like that like another one is having like an anti version of a character. That was like a very like obvious like idea that I will always love. Where like you have like an evil version of the main character, like that was like, and then you could like twist them around where it's like maybe they have like shadows all over their face, or maybe they have like maybe they have like devil horns and like red eyes. Like It's such an edgy, but like so fun for me to design. I love that stuff. Kind of like, you know, Sonic and Shadow, where it's like, it just scratches that itch so much, so well. Like you have the regular hero, and then you have like the dark villain version of the design. That's the exact same, but like, you know, they'll have black and red, and it would be so cool. I love that stuff. That stuff, it's so good. It just scratches all the itches I need. So yeah, and then in Tokyo Ghoul, you have like all the different ghouls, and so like each ghoul has their own unique powers. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm into that. You have like people like the owl. You have obviously the main character's abilities. You have the like butterfly rose guy. I think he was like a butterfly, or maybe he was like flowers. I can't remember. He has like a corkscrew ability, or his little tail thing looks like a corkscrew. It's like, it's so good. It's so good. Then you have like an evil brother. You have like the main love interest. It's like, oh my goodness, like all the tropes. Sometimes the tropes actually do get on my nerves. Like I'm not like most. I don't know. Like a lot of anime fans, you know, like they are always like trying to like stay up to date with the, you know, like the newest show that everybody's talking about. Like I guess right now, like Cyberpunk is Edge Runners is like the thing that everybody talks about. But like me, I'm very slow, and I kind of just like watching the anime that I'm interested in. So like my top 10 doesn't have My Hero Academia or what's another one? Kill la Kill or The Promised Neverland. I guess that's not no one's top 10 anymore, but that was another one that everybody got into. Like mine is like Gankatsuo, the Count of Monte Cristo, Bakano, just like ones that like are very specific and like really like inspired me. By the way, Bakano, really good. If you never watched it, do yourself a favor, watch Bakano. It's almost like a Quentin Tarantino movie where like, you know, like how they have like a bunch of different characters. They all are, there's like this one big storyline, and then there's like a bunch of different characters with their own independent storylines, and then they all like weave between each other until like everything starts to make sense. All the characters start to like intertwine. All the like little moments where you're like, how did that happen? Like, who's this character? Then they reveal like another person's like backstory. And then that ends up being that character, and you're like, oh, now I know, like everything's like interlocking. And then there is like a very like American feel to it, because I think it's like based, well, I think there's some American characters like literally like they're American, and then, you know, other people are like, I think one's French, I think one, I don't know who's Japanese. I don't know if they like say this character in specific is Japanese. I just know there's like an American couple. Anyways, Bakano's good. Bakano's really good. I am a bit of a normie in that, like, I think Full Metal Alchemist is just flat out one of the best anime, period. Like, it's just the quality, the writing, and how consistent it is from the start to the very end. Like, come on. No, like, you really can't beat Full Metal Alchemist. Some are, you know, some get close, but it's hard to beat that. I mean, Cowboy Bebop, very normie in that I love Cowboy Bebop. And Samurai Champloo. I'm very into like the Americanized anime. Like you know, Cowboy Bebop has like a lot of American film influence. Bakano has like a lot of like mafia inspiration. I was a huge fan of Durarara for a while, which also has like a very similar. I think in some moments it was very like American, but then a lot of it was very Japanese. I don't even know if actually, you know what? I don't even know what tropes to call it, because it was like the story just kept going. See, I was really big fan, and then like the series just kept going, and then going, and then going, and then like every season there'd be like another 10 characters. It's like I love big, huge, character cast that interweave, but like every season would be like another like 5 to 10 characters that start interlocking with everybody else. And then like I started losing track, and I was like, like it just like wore me out. Like me personally, like I really like it when stories have an ending in mind. That's why I like Baccano, where it's a very clear, like, I don't know how many episodes it is, like 24 episodes. And then like when it's done, it's like it's done. Like you could keep going, but like it's done. Or Full Metal Alchemist, I mean, it's a lot longer. It's like 50 episodes before it finishes, but like it has a very open and shut ending. Tokyo Ghoul also feels like that too. But then there are shows where it's like, maybe not so much like My Hero. I mean, My Hero, I think it does have an ending in mind, but like the way it like stretches out. Naruto's one where it's like they very much rushed that ending, and it's really unfortunate because like the ending just like went wildly out of proportion. And I think it had like a very solid build up to the end, like the fourth Great Ninja War. Like all the characters come together. There's like big, impactful stuff. Like oh my goodness, the Might Guy versus Madara fight. I mean, please. Like I cannot explain to you how incredible that fight is. Like that moment where like the goofy character like reaches the absolute peak of strength compared to everybody. Literally is like, it's like watching a random homeless man on the street, like someone no one expects to do anything, like literally achieve the power that like rivals gods in that universe. Is just like such an impactful moment. They kind of, like cut their feet out from underneath them with like, but not to spoil too much more than that, but like, God, man, that was just like, I love Naruto. It has its flaws. It tumbles at the end, but I'm just glad it ended. I'm just glad it did. I mean, Boruto's still going, but he handed off the reins to somebody else. Like, that's fine with me. As long as there's like a clear end or jumping off point, like I'm happy. Kind of like, comic book superheroes, which is ironic because I'm mostly into American comic. And those never have an ending. Like Batman's gonna go on until, like the company falls apart. And even then it's gonna probably just get sold to somebody else. But at least those have like, independent stories within it that like have endings. Like it'll be like a 4-part series, and like that series will conclude, but like the character will keep going, and like, it'll be an entirely new story. But there's still that like 4-piece story that you can take out, like I mean, just name it: Long Halloween, Hush, Under the Red Hood. Trying to think of other ones. I mean, I have them like all there. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the ones that are like a little bit more independent. Batman the White Knight, like this, it's great. Like there's like a lot of like, especially with Batman, where there's like a lot of like really like open, and shut stories. I transitioned from Tokyo Ghoul all the way to Batman. That's not what I was intending to do at all. Anyways, me personally, I like animes that close and end. Like I mentioned Gankatsuo, you know, like it's like 20, 30 episodes. And, you know, like it's a great story from beginning to end. Like I love that story. It has a very, you know, like clear conclusion. And that's the issue with My Hero. Like I saw My Hero, I was actually really into it. And then I saw like season 1 go by, then season 2 go by. And then like you know, like it's already on like season, I don't even know what it is now, but like I remember seeing it was at season 5 and I was like, oh, I can't do 5 seasons. Like that is so many. What is it? What are they at? Because I have a lot of respect for like the artists and like the characters are really written really well. Where's like an episode list? Are we only on 5 seasons? Okay, that's not too bad actually. And I know, Naruto fan here, calling the kettle black. You know, Naruto, how many seasons does that have? Like 14? But you know, that's like almost like a different era. And you know, that era also ended. So, you know. You get away with it to a degree. How's his hair looking? Oh, his hair crazy great. I think I noticed that no, I changed the wrong brush again. Why? What are we doing? We're at 9. I got like 25 more minutes. Yeah, I probably finished the hair. And I don't know if there's actually any more I need to do other than that. I need to do the glass and then some like the details on like the clothing, like the zippers and some of the threads. We might be able to, if I go to like, I think if I go to like 10, I might be able to finish the entire line art. So we'll see. We'll see. Shut up, Tinder. I'm not interested in your swipe search. I need to turn off the notifications for that. Tokyo Ghoul I feel like also has like a really like it has an ending in mind, or at least like it has a direction. Sometimes like anime, like I mean actually like a lot of stories have that issue. Not even just anime, like it feels a little aimless. Like Stranger Things I feel like had that issue with me, where it's like, where are we gonna go? And then now we're to the point where it actually does have like an ending in mind. But like after like 3 or 4 seasons of Stranger Things, like there's finally like a main antagonist, an end point that we're gonna reach, and then Stranger Things will be done. Breaking Bad is an example where it's like it felt like there was an ending always there, and it was just like, how much fun can we have on the way there? Like I need that direction where it doesn't feel like really aimless. Game of Thrones had that issue where it's like after like, you know, like it felt like it always has a direction. You're having fun, you know, season 1, season 2, season 3, just awesome. Then you get to like season 6 and it's like, okay, we're still going. There's a little bit, you know, there's enough tooth to what's going on that you can kind of get into it. But if you start to notice like, okay, where's this character going? You know, like it's, you know, Arya's been here for like almost an entire season and there's not really like any progress to the character. And you know, like Daenerys has been in the Marine for so long, but there's not really any like progress. It feels like she's just failing. And there's like a message in like the difficulty of trying to be a hero while also being a monarchy. But it did feel like it started to lose a lot of energy, and then it's going, but like then we're at the final season, and then they just like brutally like ruin it. Like they just messed that up, and then like you start to realize like, oh, I guess there wasn't a direction. So maybe season 6 and 7 weren't just like just like connecting pieces trying to like get that perfect ending. That like maybe it just sucked. Like that's all it was. It just sucked, and that's sad, especially for like, the people who like worked on the series and the people who like that was like their big moment. And actors who were like that's literally, those seasons will like literally define them to like a lot of people. And, that's not fair to them, but that is what happens. So yeah, that's why I feel like sometimes it's good for why I personally prefer shows that like really need to have like a strong sense of direction, or else like I just like fall out of love for them. Like I still haven't finished Ergo Proxy. Like I was like kind of just like struggling to get into the series because it's just really like slow paced. And I think there's a direction, but like I think that like clear like message of like here's what the series is about. Like here's what the story is going towards. I think you're getting like little they gave you like little hints of what like the backstory of the main character is, or what like is going on behind the scenes, but I think it's like I was like 7 episodes in and I still like couldn't tell like what is happening. So like it stopped me dead in my tracks of watching anime altogether, where I was just like I don't want to like start a new anime and not finish the one I started. But also I have like no interest in continuing, so like I just dropped it for a little while. Or well, I guess now it's like 3+ years since I've watched anime, and an entire anime. Anyways, I think my point is I like Tokyo Ghoul, in which the anime was a little better, so I could like, get a more conclusive series where like the direction of characters made a lot more sense. But despite that, it's still like good. It's still solid. And I say that I like anime that have a clear ending too, but like I also like anthologies a lot. Like I'm a huge Twilight Zone fan, and I love like series where there's a very clear format, and it's like, okay, how can we have like an interesting story within that format? Like how can we play around with that idea just over and over and over again? Like one of my favorite animes is Death Parade. I think that's the name of the show, and it's a like a very clear format. Like here's people that have died. We're gonna have them play games, and then we're gonna like slowly piece out the story while they're playing like simple games. And the emotions that you can reach with that, like, oh goodness, oh my goodness, oh good. Some of the episodes are like, they get me wrenched up in like emotion, where I'm like, my heart, like I didn't like this character was like literally nothing but a goofball. Like nothing but like a goofy character that you hate, and then like by the end of it you're like, please, I don't know if they're going to heaven, if they're going Hades, but like God, I just feel so awful. And like the growth that they have in their final moments, like like they were just like nothing but selfish and like rude, and they hurt the people around them, but now that they're at the end of their life, like they're just playing board games. They're just playing darts or like tic-tac-toe. But by the end of it, it's like they're just like sobbing and like just these huge expositions of their character. You know, their as themselves as a human being. And like just every episode, like you'll start out with like this simple premise. It's like, oh, here's a nerd, here's a gamer. You know, like he's so selfish. He's just, you know, he's basically an incel, where he's just very lonely and he starts to reject women. I think that's how it went. And then by the end of it, you start to like learn more about how like he is with his family, how much his family tried to support him, and how he just like rejected them. And it's like, oh my god, like imagining like the pressure that it was on him, and like how much his family like wanted him to do better, and how like much energy they spent on him trying to reach out to him and trying to improve his life and help him. But he would just like be so jaded against them. Like, oh my goodness. Death Parade is... Mwah, mwah. And then it has one season. It's 13 episodes. It's one of my favorite shows. And then they never came back. There's like a whole cast of characters. See, there it is again. A huge cast of characters. I love shows with like huge cast of characters. And you don't know what any of them are. It's like there's like a weird cyborg character. There's like an old man that's like very creepy. There's like a tsundere, I think. I don't remember. It's a huge cast of characters, and it's been a while since I watched it. And it's like, because there's one season, you never know what's going on. Like, hold on. I'm pretty sure it's an OVA too. An OVA 2. So it's like, you don't even, there's not a manga to get more context. Oh, let me check to make sure. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it's based off of any kind of like manga. So it is straight up just like an original anime. And that it also has like grayness to it, where it doesn't like really tell you if they're going to heaven or hell. And so like you kind of like by the end of the story, like sometimes you don't even know if the character like has redeemed themselves, if they're like remorseful enough to like be worthy of like heaven or hell. There are some moments where like they are straight up not. And then some moments where it's like, it's so great. It's like, are they really apologetic for like the awful life they've lived, or like the crimes that they committed before they died? Oh God, it's such a good show. It's such a good show. It's such a good show. And then Twilight Zone is like, it's, you know, what I love about those anthology type shows, kind of like Death Parade, where it's not necessarily like an anthology, but it's like, you know, like it's like a very like structured format. And it's like, anything can happen within that structured format from like episode to episode. That it's like it like you can have such a good variety of like just episodes that are fun, episodes that are silly, episodes that are sad, episodes that are horrifying. You know, like that's why I love Twilight Zone so much, where it's like you had episodes that were just stupid. They were just stupid. Like that William Shatner episode, like horror or terror 100 miles above the sea, where it has like the ugliest looking alien, and he's like going crazy on the plane because he's the only person that can see it, like tearing the plane apart, and everybody just thinks he's crazy. I mean, I guess that's not even supposed to be goofy, but that is what it is, because, you know, like it was back in the 60s or so. And that's why I'm not personally into Black Parade, because that's kind of like the obvious one. Everybody like, sorry, not Black Parade, Black Mirror. Everybody like, it says like, if you're into Twilight Zone, you'll love Black Mirror. But it's like, Black Mirror to me was just depressing and sad. Like there, it's just horror. Like it is almost just like almost just horror to me. which is like how like twisted and warped can we get? And I've heard that there were like silly episodes, but it's like I never saw them. Like I watched a few episodes and like I didn't have that much like a desire. I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like being sad. I don't feel like being like completely mortified. Like the one that really twisted me up was like the episode where they're like they trap like a prisoner in his own mind while they like force him to like admit his crimes or something like that. I think it was like an episode where John Hamm was a prisoner, and then by the end of it it's revealed like he killed his daughter or something. And then like at the very last minute they like twist the knife in so deep where they're like he's trapped and they in his mind and it has like a different time sense. And then they're like, you know what, for his crimes we're just gonna make it so like each second is like 100 years and he's trapped in there, and they leave it over, you know, I don't know, like several, like a week or something. So like who knows how many hundreds and hundreds of years he's like literally trapped in within his head. And that was just like so messed up in my head. I'm thinking mixing John Hamm with a different episode. Where it's just like that torture is just like so mean-spirited and nasty to me. I mean, that's the point. I mean, I'm not gonna accuse Black Mirror of being like a badly written show at all. Like it's fantastic. But it's also just like, as far as like, you know, being a successor, a spiritual successor to Twilight Zone. And maybe that's not what it's going for. Maybe it's trying to be its own. I mean, it definitely is its own thing. But like, that's not the exact same movie. Like Twilight Zone is like, it's heartwarming, it's horrifying, it's sweet, it's funny, it's fearful. But like Black Mirror is just like, you kind of just want to get scarred, kind of just want to get scared. Or maybe, you know, maybe not to you, depending on, you know, everybody has their own like standards. And, you know, I'm not gonna poo-poo on anybody that loves Black Mirror, because like I legitimately think it's a great show. I get it. But me personally, like sometimes that really like dark, terrible stuff like really just mess. Like I can't do that too much. Hey, thanks for the follow, Mad Attack. I'm just rambling on about shows I like at this point. Mainly about like anime, but like I got distracted by Twilight Zone and Black Mirror. And I'm never gonna finish my idea of like what I think about Tokyo Ghoul. I mean, I've said it like 100 times, but like I think Tokyo Ghoul's good. Not great, not my favorite of all time, but it's really solid. And I love the premise. I mean, it's edgy, it's dark. It's not mean-spirited. I didn't read the manga, so I don't know how dark it gets. But like, you know. Oh, thank you. I don't know why it's entertaining, but you know, I'm just going off, you know, on stuff that I like. Trying to remember Tokyo Ghoul, because it's been a long time since I've watched Tokyo Ghoul. But anyways, point is, I like it. The art style's awesome. The characters are awesome. I actually didn't even think like the ending that they just made up for the anime, because, you know, like I said, it's like super different than the manga. They just like made stuff up. They just changed things because they felt like it, or they didn't like how dark it got, so they just changed some of the bits. But honestly, it wasn't too bad. It's kind of like the Full Metal Alchemist versus Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood thing, where it's like they went with their own like original idea, and it's actually not the worst. It's kind of okay. That's fine. I mean, you can just chill with me. Well, you know, I appreciate the company. Appreciate that someone's listening. Yeah, it's if like any like Tokyo Ghoul fans like hate the ending of the second season, I get it. I still kind of like it's not bad. It's kind of like how they changed that I am a ghoul scene, where it's like in the manga he's like ripping his face apart, like screaming I'm a ghoul in his head, and you know, it's so intense. And then in the anime, like they have like this really like beautiful scene where his like hair gracefully changes into white, which is kind of antithetical to him being tortured, but like it's still kind of like a really beautiful scene. So like it's different, but it's not necessarily terrible unless you like are really like dedicated to it. Like, you know exactly what happens in the manga and you wanted to see that animated. That is terrifying, or not terrifying, but like terrible, where it's like you got so hyped up to see such a visceral moment in animated form, and instead they're just like, we're gonna do something entirely different, so it doesn't get censored. This was also one of those anime where like they don't know how to censor it, so they just like put a giant black bar in some of the gorier moments, and it's just like, hey, what is going on? We're not like children. You can just show us blood. It's like in JoJo's, whenever JoJo, hold on, which one is it? Josuke? Jotaro. It's Jotaro. Whenever Jotaro's smoking, because he's like 16 technically, even though he looks like a bulk 40-year-old bodybuilder, just absolutely yoked out of his mind. He smokes as a 16-year-old, and so like the Japanese censors just completely covered his face in black whenever he's smoking. It's so goofy, but it's like, what are you gonna do? It's so goofy. And they did that with like a manga about cannibals. Like they literally have to eat people. That's the entire premise of the show. And they're like, yeah, we'll adapt it, but we're gonna cut out all that gore. Like that's a little too much. It's like, are you aware of what this story is about? Like, do you know what you got into when you decided to animate this show? Or that's the thing with like The Promised Neverland, where it's like there's this like a huge like gap in the story, and they were just like, nah, we're just gonna skip all that. We're just gonna skip through like some of the most impactful parts of the entire series because we don't feel like it. And it's like, why would you choose to animate something and then all of a sudden decide like, oh, we're just not going to do it the way anybody wants us to, though? It's I don't know if there's ever been like, it's ever been like revealed, like if anybody has ever talked about like why they decided to do that internally. Because I think Japan's like culture is like much different when it comes to like, keeping secrets within the company. Like in America, like we definitely reveal things eventually. Sometimes by force, sometimes somebody leaks it. Especially if like there's an employee who was fired and like or left because they knew something was wrong, so they'll like tell everybody about it just to get like the story straight. But I think in Japan it's a little different, where it's like people are a lot more willing to sacrifice their personal needs for the sake of a company, which is kind of nightmarish, but that is their choice. I wish it wasn't so. Anyways, what was I just talking about? Promised Neverland, and just generally why shows are like adapted, and then like the creators or like I don't know if it's like the company, an individual person, but they just decide, no, we're not going to adapt it like how we should adapt it. We're going to adapt it just to whatever we feel like. Like all those like good stories in between, we're just going to skip it with like a flash through scene where you see just like little vignettes of like moments that everybody wanted to see animated. It's like you came in for an animation, but we're going to give you a slideshow. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. It's like, oh, that not good. I think I have heard that some of the team that behind it have like gone, like they've like scrubbed themselves from the credit because they don't want like anybody to know that they worked on it, because they were just like so ashamed of whatever decision made it so they had just skipped right through it. Like I have no idea what happened. I wish I knew more, because that is such a like just like a what, who, huh, what, huh, what, who decided to do any of this? Who do we even have anybody to blame? Who is the cult? But it's alright, it sucks. Thankfully, at least there's like an actual adaptation. Unlike Game of Thrones, where it's like we still have to wait. Like like they ruined the ending, but at least there's no adaptation that we know, like at least they did it right in the book. It's like, well, we don't know if they're gonna do it right in the book. The book's not done. George R.R. Martin. I guess maybe it'll be good. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna make Bran, being the eventual king of everything is like, how are they gonna justify that in a way that isn't like awful? But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully. There's a point somewhere all in all that. What other anime do I like? I actually have like a top 10 list I keep on my phone somewhere. Here we are. Mushishi. That's another one where it has like a very like almost like an anthology where it's a very simple structure that's very consistent from episode to episode. It's not exactly an anthology because eventually it does like have like a plot beat that do affect like the overall format. Kind of like a sitcom where it's like it's always the same starting point until like there's like maybe one big change per season. And it's kind of similar for Mushishi where it's like it's the exact same format for like every single episode until like maybe the season finale where like something big will happen and like it changes the main character a bit. Mushishi is great though. It's a very relaxing show. And I think personally, I really like love just like sometimes you just need like the chill, like just with like music, like you need those like big bombastic records with like deep engrossing stories and all that. And then sometimes you need like very mellow, calm music, which is just like to chill and vibe to. And I think Mushishi is almost like that in anime form, where it's like you can have the big bombastic My Hero or in Naruto and all the shonen. Sometimes you just need like just the relaxing, pleasant. Sometimes it's sad. Sometimes it's really happy and beautiful. Mushishi. I don't know if there's any other shows that do it like Mushishi did. Mushishi. I don't know any other like just chill vibe animes. I wonder if there's like a genre for that. Oh, there's like slice of life anime. That's true. So like a laid back camp. That's that camping anime. I've seen a lot of that. That one is probably just like a very relaxing. Go Facebook seller Honda-san. Some of these are like very aggressive comedies. Ooh, there's that Rangaku anime. What is it? No, that's a character. That's a Demon Slayer character. I don't know. It's like the acting. Play. Stage play. I don't know what it's called. Come on, I remember that anime. It was such a good anime too. Oh, here it is. Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju. Is Rakugo the art form? Yeah, Rakugo is like it's almost like somebody's on stage and it's just like a storyteller and they like play out different characters. It was an anime about that, and like that one's like a very relaxing one too. Although that one's a very linear story where it's like it's actually like linear sort of, because it also has like it explains like the backstory of a character over time, and so like it'll jump to like the past to explain parts of their backstory. but also there'll be a current timeline where like there's a new character and he's trying to like learn from the old character. Then you go back to the old man's life. But it's like a very relaxing, slow paced kind of thing. It's really good, like chill anime to watch. Honestly, my brain's kind of like broken from too much shonen. Fate kind of like broke my brain a lot. And like now I kind of just like hate really like super action oriented anime. Where like after like watching like super insanely well animated explosions and fight scenes, like my brain like has just been like, as soon as I start to see like super huge explosions and like world shattering characters, like my brain's just like, oh, like, okay, I guess something's happening and all that explosion is over there. I don't know. I'm scarred. That's probably not entirely true. It's just been like so long since I've seen like an action anime where like I really got into it. I think Megaloboxing would probably fix that. That's one that I have on my list to watch that I think would be really good. It just seems like an anime I would just super enjoy. What time are we at? 9:34? I'm so close to finishing the hair. I might go to 10:30. I might go, or sorry, 10. Let's just keep it 10. See if I can just finish all the line art. Because once I'm done with this hair, like it really shouldn't take very long for the rest of it. I love all of his curly hair, but it takes so much work. This is one of those characters that you don't draw too much. Like you draw like really well from one angle, and then every other scene, you just gotta simplify it. It's like Naruto's like headbands. Originally he had like goggles, but then the artist said that he got like really tired of drawing his goggles all the time because they were like super complex to draw. So he just gave them all the ninjas headbands. I think at least traditionally, when I'm not trying to make them super clean, I am able to do all the curls just like really quickly. But this is like the piece to show off. Like this is gonna be, I try to keep this one clean. Is that everything? Maybe a little bit more here. Another line here. I would almost say Mushishi is like an anime to fall asleep to though. Like a lot of the ones I looked up like chill, relaxing anime. And a lot of them were just like straight up comedies. And it's like, I mean, those are definitely relaxing, but like they're a little bit different than what I'm trying to go for. Kind of like the music that's playing right now. Like this is like music that you can definitely like just fall asleep to and just relax to. This one's a little too quiet. Go for something a little bit more energy. There we go. And especially since Mushishi is usually not like a several episode story, it's like every episode is just one story. I remember Law and Order was like that for me for a little bit. Like I used to be very into Law and Order because like I could lose focus on what's going on and then like come back to it really quick. Like if I stop paying attention. Now to a degree, that's also because like, you know, it's not too many moving pieces. It's not too many like a wide cast of characters. but it's enjoyable in a very different way. And I think that's the difference between like something like the other one I recommended, the Rengoku anime. That one's like a very linear story, so if you miss pieces of it, like you're gonna struggle with the rest of the anime. So it's not exactly the same like relaxing vibe that I was saying with Mushishi, where it's like you can just like miss an episode. Like usually there's not, the vast majority of the times it's not gonna affect like the next episode. Like I'm pretty sure I've fallen asleep to some episodes, but like I legitimately like enjoy like the arts, the storytelling. The stories are like legitimately really immersive. Like you really get into like the individual stories really deeply, and some of those stories are like really tragic, really happy, really sad. It's they're just, I love Mushishi. What else do we got on here? Fooly Cooly. Oh my goodness. Fooly Cooly. Oh boy. Boy. What's there even to say? Fooly Cooly is just wild. I still haven't watched the sequel to it though. I hope it's good. I don't think I think I've heard that it's not, but I'm still gonna one day watch it eventually. But oh goodness. So that is just a very silly anime. But also so good. I mean, in the animation quality, the design, the music. Ooh. I think we're done with the hair. Hold on, let me. Oop. Come on, please. Let me turn off these sketch. Oh yeah. Handsome man, nerd. Handsome man, nerd. Oh, 1 second. What is this? I don't like how bold this line is. Let me erase. Ooh. Gee, brush. Let's try this line again. Make it a little thinner. When I talk, my brain shuts off sometimes. So I must have just not been paying attention when I did this. What was I just talking about? Fooly Cooly. That was one of those like really early animes I watched. Where like I caught it on Adult Swim and watched it all later in my own time. And it just like, oh my goodness, it's so good. It's so silly and goofy and fast-paced. Good cast of characters. It's got it all. And it has like this big metaphor for, puberty and just like all the wild, crazy emotions that go through that. The style changes, like the influences from all these different animes. It is a little bit of manic pixie girl syndrome, where it's like this wild girl character who the character falls in love with, and it's just so wacky. I mean, in this case, it's because it's literally an alien, but so there's a reason why she's wacky. But sometimes you need a little bit. Sometimes it's okay to be, fit into those tropes. Sometimes people make the mistake of, just because it's a trope or a pattern, they think it's a bad thing. But sometimes it's actually good to like go to what everybody expects of a story. It's like murder mysteries are very tropey. That doesn't mean they're not good. That doesn't mean they're not fun. Like there was a movie, Death on the Nile, which is like a murder mystery. Hercule Poirot. It's French. And for me, it was very predictable. Like I knew, I had like a general idea who was the actual bad guy, what had actually happened, how did everything turn out. But that didn't ruin it for me. Like I still liked the story. I still actually had a good time with the movie. And I don't know if that's true for everybody. I think that a lot of people hated the movie. But like I actually thought it was a pretty good time. Like a 6, 7 out of 10. Like it's a solid movie for me. Because like I still like watching like those tropes, like that murder mystery, the detective, watching all the characters, like how they interact with each other, the investigation, the interrogations. It's just fun. You know, so, you know, sometimes tropes are a good thing. I think it's been like hours since I saved this piece. So thank God this thing did not crash. Okay. Stretch. I'm gonna get the micron pen because I think these next sections aren't not gonna need too much creative line work. Oops. I don't know if anybody else uses the website, but I used to read a lot on TV tropes, and that's a good example of, you know, like, just because something has a trope doesn't mean it's bad. Because once you read that website for a while, you start to realize like literally every show, good or bad, follows tropes. And there's still, you know, like that's just what happens. And I mean, it's also good because, you know, like you want to have an idea of what's happening. Like, the vast majority of people like stuff to be a little formulaic, a little bit predictable. You know, like, it's also interesting when you go against those bounds, but, you know, the vast majority of things aren't going to do that. And even if they are like subversive, like, you know, Game of Thrones, there's still a lot of tropes that it follows within that, you know, that people love. Did I do that all in the wrong layer? Yes, I did. That's fine. We're going to merge all these layers together anyways. Hang on, let's do this. Just a good circle. Hold on. I said just a good circle. Please, 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 please. That's good enough. Then we're just going to copy and paste that to make the chain. Okay. I also just watched a movie yesterday, which might be why I'm a little tired today. Barbarian. Produced, I think it's written by as well, and directed by Zach. Don't know his last name. Zach Kreger of Whitest Kids You Know fame. And it was very good. I think the movie is very, very good. I was mostly there to support my lad. I love The Whitest Kids You Know. I was really happy that after watching the movie, like if I had known nothing about, you know, the director, I still would have thought that was a fantastic movie because it was just very visceral, a very good mystery, and watching everything play out was just very good. You know, there's maybe, you know, little hitches here and there, but overall, like, even I wouldn't even say like the hitches like even remotely like stop me from enjoying it. Like, it's just a very, very, very good movie for me. I love horror movies, and that one was very good. If anybody's planning on watching a movie, I'd recommend Barbarian. Hopefully it comes to streaming devices somewhere. Preferably not Hulu, because that's the only streaming service that I don't want to use. I'm very sad because the new Hellraiser looks good, but it's a Hulu movie, and I don't want to buy a Hulu just for one movie. Why do all of them have to separate? It's so annoying. I got really distracted by that little earring. Alright, now we can do the glasses. I'm gonna get very... No, that's too tough. That's too small, isn't it? Oh, this is good. We can work with this. I was at a really cool theater. One of those theaters where, you know, you can kick back the chair. They serve food to you. Had a bit of a struggle because, like, I ordered coffee, but they didn't bring any cream and sugar, so I had to ask for the cream and sugar. And then they didn't bring any stir, and I was just like, why do I have to do every single part and step? I just like rolled it around in the glass, but it didn't work. I survived. I'm okay. You don't have to pray for me. I'll be a brave little PogChamp without you. Oh, come on. Wait a second. Cheating time. Oops. Oh. Didn't mean to make a selection. Cheating time. Let me do this on another layer. Oh, my pen was still on the tablet. It was making it so I couldn't grab it. I'm gonna let it just like just be. I don't want the frames to be too thick. I want it to look like a little flat. So let's see if I can get that to look right. That work? Nah, not right. Okay, let's just try to draw it all out. Okay. We're gonna cheat. Again, cheats are good. Cheats are okay. It's fine. it still ends up making a good piece, that's all that really matters. That's why AI exists in art. Probably should have just mirrored all that, to be honest. But you know me. I'm stubborn. Why is this not making any marks? Oh, it's on the selection. There we go. I just had to deselect. We're almost there. That looks kind of goofy. Let me just... I was thinking of doing something a little different there, but it's kind of looking built incorrectly. Here we go. I'm gonna use the line art tool to get some really thin lines because I don't want this to be like, this is more just like a fold, so like I don't want like direct lines. Sometimes it's good to let like the line fade, so it's more of an applied shape instead of like an actual like full 100% shape. You kind of just got to use your own personal discretion on whether or not it should be like a full hard edge or if it's more of an applied edge. Fun to mix the two, or maybe, you know, maybe your style calls for 100% hard edge. It's all up to you. Or no edges even. I just like the look of just a little bit implied edges here and there, especially for like areas like this. Or like here where you don't really need to see the chest, and it's not like this shirt is contoured around him, but it's like almost in real life you would be able to like kind of notice whenever you can see someone's like muscles through their shirt. Just sometimes if it's like a tighter shirt. And then buttons, you know, like they're hard edged, you know, like there's a very clear edge to the buttons. But even there is a little bit of implied edge, like you can have it on the inside. Smooth. Think smooth. Be smooth. Please. I'm begging. That worked. It doesn't fully connect, but we can just fix that. Hopefully. Let's see. There we go. Easy peasy. Perfect. Try to clean. That's why you draw. Just makes it the line almost perfect. Or it makes it a little easier to get those lines exactly how you want them. Yellow. I am in fact a Krita user. I was kind of amazed when I found out about your Krita. Like, it is insanely useful, and it's like free. It's just flat out free. Like, it's they ask you if you want to donate, and you just straight up don't have to. I mean, I did, because like once I started using it and getting like really comfortable with it, I was like really appreciative, and I just donated like $20 or something. But like, this app is just amazing. Especially coming from like GIMP. Like I was a GIMP artist before this, and like it is like night and day. But it's nice to meet another Krita artist. I sing the praises of this app a lot. I wish the brush library was a little bigger. You know, we can't all be. I wish, you know, it was like Photoshop size, but you know, we can't always have that. Especially, you know, again, if you're not gonna pay the Photoshop prices. But yeah, GIMP is rough. It literally took me like a year to finish like 16-page comic. Like, it is really, really tough. And specifically like not having like the brush engine that Krita has, like where you can, like, one of my biggest things was I could do was like hard edge stuff, and then I would have to get an eraser and then sharpen up the lines like independently like that. Like, that was something I had to do in GIMP. And maybe there was a brush I just didn't know about, but like it drove me nuts. Go down to 3, pick. It's basically like you were limited to just hard edge brushes and then like stamps basically. But again, GIMP is also free, so I guess I can't really complain too much. At least it was a competitor and it got me started with digital art. And I hear that I think it's Clip Studio Paint that they're also kind of turning to the dark side of Photoshop, where they're doing the whole subscription, and that just I feel real bad for the people who have been with that app for so long. And then also kind of, you know, feeling good about myself that I chose one that's just flat out free. Hold on. Hello? Why is it not letting me grab any? There we go. There we go. I'm gonna merge these all together now. There's not really any reason why all the lines need to be separate. We're almost there. I know I'm past the 10 o'clock, but you know, 4-hour stream just to get rid of all the inks. Like, that's fine with me. I'm granted, I don't think anybody that me has an issue with doing longer streams. Come on. Started. And then I tried Blender and that made my head hurt. Fine, critter. Take it up. I literally was in a course, like a college level course for Blender, and I couldn't make it past like step 2. Like they were like, all right, set up new canvas. Sure, new canvas, whatever. I don't remember if it was canvas, but then they were like, all right, so now just go ahead and start sculpting. And I couldn't figure out which tool was the sculpting tool. And I was literally sitting there for like, I think it was like a half hour or maybe an hour class. And I couldn't figure it out. I just I was looking through all the tools, just kept clicking buttons, and nothing would like actually let me make a 3D model. And I was just like, okay, we're gonna step away from that, act like that never happened, and we're moving on to the next course. Blender's tough. I've never been able to figure out Blender. Maybe one day. But right now, I'm happy. I'm still trying to figure out digital art in general. Because I'm still mostly like just a pen and pencil kind of guy. I think Blender has just like a really like overwhelming interface. Like goodness, it was like a whole bunch of different toolbars and buttons and oh my goodness, yeah, I can completely understand why it would make your head hurt. That's why like my Krita setup, if you might notice, is like I set it up very similarly to like Photoshop, where it has like all everything like pushed out to the sides. GIMP was like that too, where it like GIMP had this really confusing thing where like the default setting for GIMP is that the canvas is separate from everything. So like you would have like one square, like one like window for all the toolbars or tools, just like in its own window, separated from the canvas, just floating off in space. And that I can't do that. That drives me nuts. I need it to like just be like embedded into the side. Yeah, that was way too much of a jump for me. I did use Photoshop for a little while because I had a class in my high school where they would just let you use like a copy of like Photoshop right before they went into subscription mode. I don't know if it was one where they purchased one, or if the teachers just kind of snuck in like just copies into everybody's mailbox. I don't know if that's let's just go ahead and say that was completely normal and legal. But he basically gave us a bunch of desktops with Photoshop, and that's how I like first got started with digital art. And ever since then, like every single like GIMP and Krita, both of them like I immediately made look as much like Photoshop as I can, because I just think, there's a reason why it's so popular. It's because it's just so good. It's so good. And then Krita's like legit, like it has a lot of Photoshop like features that are just like so good, so useful. There's still flaws, like there's still, like I said, like I wish there was more brushes. But that's one of those like community ended things where just like the community needs to get bigger, and as it gets bigger, there'll be more brushes to use. One thing I recently noticed is that you can't really make guides in areas. Hold on, let me unlock them. So like your guides can go like directly in the middle. It'll lock right there. But if you want to like create a guide in a very specific section, like I always do rule of thirds. So like I like having it at like 33%, like, and then like another one at 66%. But there is no like way to make guides at a specific area except for directly in. in Krita, and I wish they would get on that. That feels like a very easy thing to do, but you know, it's free, and I'm not a developer. I don't know how this app works. My respect is personal. All I know how to do is criticize. I just use the standard A3. Let me see. Is that gonna pop up on your guys' screen? Hold on. Let me save real quick, if just in case I actually do something. See, new. Does that show up on Streamlabs? No. Okay. So 1920 by 1080 in real life inches, or is that pixels? Hold on. So in pixels, that's 3508 for a width, and 4960. I think that's like pretty much like a regular piece of printer paper, and translated into real life. You know, like just like that. But that's just me, because that's also the size of my sketchbooks. So I was just like, all right, let's just, you know, do that. Like that. That's my usual stuff. If it's like, if I start in a completely digital format. I haven't really tried anything other than that. I think that's just me and my art style. Like I don't spend too much time experimenting with like different canvas sizes. Which maybe I should one day. I was planning on, after this piece, on trying a bunch more like experimental stuff. So maybe in the next stream, once I'm done with this piece, I'll try doing some more, maybe smaller pieces, maybe landscape pieces. That'd be crazy. Come on, please, please. Oh my goodness, just straight line. Oh, I just grabbed the wrong color, didn't I? Bib. Ben. I did also look up a bunch of stuff about like, I lost my mind trying to figure out what is like, because I like doing it like American comics. I don't have anything published, but or that I've put out there. It's kind of just personal stuff. But I tried losing my mind because canvas size for like comic book paper, what they do is they do it on a really big piece of paper and then they shrink it down for comic book sizes. And I was trying to figure out like what are the dimensions of a real life comic book and how to translate that into a digital form. And I was looking up answers. I don't know if I don't remember if I ever got like a really good straight answer. Let me see. I might have, yeah, I have like a comic book template. Let me see that. Yeah. I know it's an old document. Let me see. Go away with the balloons. So this is like one that I found online, and you can see down here, it's 3300 by 5100. Ooh, mine feels clean. I mean, yeah. I think it is just the sizes, because you can even go higher, because whenever you create a new one, there's like two. So there's A3, 300 PPI, which is just what I started. If you just Google it, they usually say 300 PPI, DPI. They're pretty similar. That's like pretty much like the general use one. Like most artists just use 300 DPI. But if you want like super high quality, you can go 600 DPI, which is just like the width is doubled, the height is doubled. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's double the amount of pixels. So you could also do that, but you know, that depends on how big your computer is and how like much you want to work on, because this is 300 DPI. Like I really don't need it to get any more detailed than that. And then also, I think it also has to do with like you figuring out how to use your canvas, like to make sure that you're not making something too small. So like one thing that I always struggle with is the eyes, because I love making really detailed eyes. So sometimes I get too zoomed in and like focusing on the eyes. And I think you just have to really like get a lot of practice and just like figuring out what is too small, what is too much detail. Like I heard a lot of artists, they don't like to zoom in when they work. They like to keep it zoomed out as much as possible, just like, you know, just the full screen, and then just never zoom in too much, because then you're gonna get too distracted with it. It doesn't matter too much. That's all I got as far as that. So hopefully that will be able to help you with like not getting too pixel. Oh, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Please, I'm begging you. There we go. Let me round off corners, make it smoother. Oop, 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 oop. All right, I'm going to fill that with beer or something. This is a beer glass. Yeah, there'll definitely be beer. I don't know, foam. I think I'm not gonna do the line art for the actual beer itself. I think we can like paint underneath it. Let me just do like an example. Like we can just like fill it in with beer. And then, you know, like have all the different colors. A bunch of different shades. A little bit of orange. A little bit of gold. A little bit of whites for the foam. Yeah, so that's how we're gonna do the beer eventually. But for right now, we can just glass. Now, the only thing that's bothering me is that the top line is a little bit thicker than everything else, and that's kind of weird looking to me. So let's thin this out. Try not to like cut it off. Yeah. Be very careful. Not like that. Very careful. Thin line up. Please. There we go. That's a glass. If I've ever seen a glass, that's a glass. Oh, we're almost done. Almost two more things actually. I forgot there's another thing. So he has like a little I don't know, like a little design on its lapel. I'm gonna do this with a very consistent pen. Let's throw that away. We don't need that. Oop, boop, 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 boop. I forgot it shows a bunch of different colors. Here we go. Consistent color. I actually kind of just want to do this in like a really stable pen. I think I rushed that one too much and made everything jagged. Why the pen look like it's very scratchy all of a sudden? That worked. I'm not too bugged out by that. I think whenever we color the line art, it's gonna fade away anyways. Because I don't want this. This is just like basically like a piece of cloth that's like put on top of the leather lapel. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm just using words that people don't understand. And just to show that, I'm gonna do a little bit of a hashing. Let's see. Turn this back into weighted. Just a little bit of, oh, wrong pen. So let's do like a 3 pixel. So like little dashes. Kind of like you can tell like the thread is there. I do not do Twitter. I think Twitter is very good for promoting yourself, but knowing myself, I would say something that would make myself get into trouble very quickly. I have a bad habit of, I'm not very good with social media. Like I get into like arguments and, you know, I try to attract attention too much. Instagram's a little easier where I can just like focus on just like making a good post, and less memes that will make people mad. Like whenever the Queen passed away, I was not very nice, and that would get me in a lot of trouble. But I do think if you're like responsible with Twitter, you can be very good at like attracting people, because part of what people get attracted to is like having a personality, not just the art itself. People like, and like Twitter, if you're like able to express yourself without like getting people angry. I just realized I'm doing these lines on the wrong part. Okay. If you can do it in a way that's really responsible, healthy, and fun, then yeah, Twitter is good. You know, a lot of people use Twitter. I used to be very active on Facebook back when I was younger, and I got a little bit too addicted to trying to message people I would never talk to in real life, because like I couldn't disconnect like the difference between an online friend and then a regular friend you would see in real life. And it got very weird. So like people would start blocking me, and then like I just got too addicted to like trying to make as many friends as possible. It was really not good for me. So that's why I stay away from Twitter, where it's like I think it's a lot more social, and I don't even like talking in real life. Like I'm a very quiet person. So yeah, that's why I don't use Twitter. But DeviantArt, no, you're fine. I like talking. Sorry, I just contradicted myself. I like talking, but I don't, because I get too much in my head a lot. But usually, like when I'm drawing, I don't really focus on the drawing. It's only on like very specific parts where I need to be very accurate. But you're fine. Like I love talking anyways. DeviantArt, I've been on there since like 2013, I think. So like I've been there since I was on there since middle school. So that's why I still have an account and just stay active on there. It's very it shows the best and the worst of artists, you know. It's you know, there's like literal like classic traditional artists, painters who are some of the most skilled people I've ever seen, some of the most original ideas and inspiring stuff that I'll ever see. And then also some of the just, you know, we all know what's on the internet. You know, inflation, Sonic stuff, you know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with those people, you know. Everybody's art is whatever you want it to be. But, you know, it can be a lot. You know, I'll just, like, it's literally like, I'll see, like, you know, basically, you know, the Mona Lisa in between Sonic's feet and one of the Powerpuff Girls being inflated. Like, it's not great. At least for me. But I still love being there, because it's kind of like, I love that chaos. It's like being on Twitch, you know, like I love those little, the ugly little gremlins that use the internet sometimes. It's really fun. And it's just also like really good for like gathering like inspiration. Like it's just like, you know, having all these folders where I can favorite, like, here's just images I like. Here's references for like landscapes if I ever want to do a landscape painting. Here's references for anatomy if I need more practice with anatomy. Or, you know, like here's like an art style that I think would really inspire me. So yeah, that's why I use DeviantArt. And then Instagram. I mean, I love seeing that like people who aren't like super what's the word? It's a different skill whenever you learn how to be able to make your art presentable. Like that's an issue I had, where it's like a lot of my art used to just be tiny little scribbles in the corners. And then I realized, like, in order to make art that I can show on Instagram, like I need to actually like clean up the edges. I need to make sure that I do a background at all. Like I used to just never do backgrounds. And so like that was a skill I've had to learn. So yeah, like you just slowly being able to piece together like all those skills that you need in order to become like an artist. That's why, and that's also something I learned from using Instagram. Instagram personally, I think, is a lot more friendly to artists. Now, it's tough because Instagram has, like, in the past like year or two, recently really started pushing videos instead of images. And that's annoying because I don't like doing videos. Or well, hold on, let me take that a step back. I like doing videos, but I think doing Instagram videos is different. It's hard. It's like doing TikToks. Like if you're good at TikToks, Instagram is gonna work for you because they want to basically get that TikTok bag, so to speak. But on Instagram, what I like to do is just pictures of my stuff. I'll show like progress shots, but like that's not exactly what they like. Still, it's good for building friends. There's other artists. It's also like DeviantArt where like you can kind of like collect a bunch of different like artists and styles and inspiration. So like my feed is like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of like comic book artists, anime artists, just traditional painters, and I love being able to just like go through there and I'm like, wow, I love how they do their eyes, I love how they do their noses. I found a lot of artists just through that, and it has actually like the algorithm giveth and it also taketh away, where it's like maybe your art won't get that popular, but it actually is pretty good at figuring out like what kind of artists you like to see. So like literally every time I'll find like another anime artist that it's like oh great, like another anime artist that I'm gonna follow immediately and then look at all their pieces for inspiration. And then like literally the next day another Instagram artist where it's just like oh my god, it's great, I love it, and also I hate it. Then there's just generally like I like being able to get my friends and family to see my art. High school people that I used to know, like they can see my art too. They can see like the progress that I've made. I've always been pretty open with sharing my art. Like I've never been the type of person that like hides their art from people or like is really nervous about letting people see their art behind their shoulder. I've always been very open about it. It's like one of my only like really good skills, so it's always been like look at my art. I almost like force it into conversations. Animation, I'm always jealous of animation because animation is able to like express so much more than just like a regular image, because like you don't just have like the image, you have like the visuals, but you also have like all the different things you can communicate in like every single frame. Like I've seen videos of like them how they make anime, and like there's actual like individual artists within the animation department who have different styles of animating how clothes move, how different style of how like action is done. And it's like there's so much like room for even more expression than just regular art. They're just regular like images, flat images. And as much as I love my flat images, animation's cooler. Like it just is, and that makes me jealous. And then as far as like self-taught, I'm not like trained in any kind of like school. I mean, there was high school, like I explored like a lot of different mediums. I learned a lot in high school, but I didn't go to any kind of like college for art. And I get that all the time. Like whenever somebody sees me doing art, they're like, so are you going to go to school for art? And it's like, not really. Like personally, I think you can learn the vast majority of stuff just on your own. Like I said, DeviantArt has like a lot of tutorials. I used to use that all the time. And then I also think like that kind of like pressure of like art schools can really tear some people apart. For some people, it's really good. I think it's great for like being able to see a bunch of different artists, learn from other different artists. But it's also like it can really crush you if you have like a bad teacher that's like, instead of letting you be your own artist, if they like want you to be very traditional, like some people like force you to learn all the anatomy and like be able to name all the specific parts of muscles. And it's like, I don't do that. I just remember the groups. I just remember the big parts. Oh, where's his body? This one. Go away. And then you go away too. So like I know like muscles and like how they work, and then this slowly I've seen more pictures and learned from different artists, not directly, but like seeing other artists do anatomy, where I'm noticing like little details like the folds that go over the arms, or kind of like the shadow that goes underneath the second ab. Yeah, I really think self teachings can be very, very effective. And I think I'm pretty done tonight. we are good. But yeah, do you have an Instagram account? I'd love, or any kind of like account where I can see your art. I don't know if it's like super embarrassing for you, but like I prefer to be able to see other people's art. I say a lot of the time I have like an art teacher's brain, where even if you think your art is terrible, I still want to see it, because like I love to be able to see the progress and like everybody's interpretation of different things. It's like I love it. Just let me see your art. Sorry, I'll back up. That was a bit much. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today. All right, let me put this pen away. All right, so that was the inking. We have gotten a lot done in this session. Oh yeah, go and you can just like send it to me in a DM, or if you saw my Instagram, you can just send it to me on there, and I'll go and give you a follow. Sorry, you're not on Instagram. Never mind. Yeah, just like I think Twitter has like a messenger. I don't think I have anybody blocked or anything like that. But I really appreciate it if you could like show me your art. Like I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to know. But yeah, I love seeing like how everybody like interprets their own art and like their own progress, and like everybody hates their own art. It's okay. Like I understand like the process from going from, you know, I started out drawing stick figures, and from like preschool all the way to high school I was still drawing stick figures. So it's like I was not a very good artist when I was doing art every day. It was literally just like one day it just clicked in my head where I was like, let me actually like figure out what parts I'm not good at, and then see how I can like improve that. So it was like literally like, how do I draw hands? And then I just practiced hands for a long time. And then how do I do eyes? And I did eyes for a long time. But yeah, that's just all right. I'm not gonna force you. I know some people that just can't. It's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and close this for today. I would appreciate if you check me out next Tuesday. So let me go ahead and do the stuff. That's the inking. We're finished with the inking, so next time we're going to be doing the flat, and that is the most exciting part because I love being able to see the colors and start rendering out the background. So make sure to tune in for next. I don't think I have anything coming up that's going to interrupt that. Let me check my schedule real quick. So I do this every Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. I do it for at least 2 hours. Usually I go on to 4. I'm very bad about stopping myself because once I get started, I never want to stop. Yeah, Tuesdays, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. I hope to see you again. Maybe one day I'll get you to show me some art. See. Yeah, so next time we're going to be doing the flats and colors and hopefully get the background started. Flat should only take like 30 minutes to an hour, so we'll see. Make sure to check out my Instagram. That's linked down below. That's usually where I post my art. I did post something today, so I would appreciate a follow and a like. You are legally going to be enforced to. Also my DeviantArt, if you want to see some of my really old artwork back from like middles, as well as like I keep it up to date. I think it's pretty much caught up now to my Instagram, where it's like maybe like only 1 or 2 posts behind, and mainly because like I'm worried about like completely catching up. But yeah, DeviantArt's also a good place to follow me if you want to like keep up with my art as well. I don't make too many posts on there. I think the last post was like 3 years ago, and it's my art at least is on there. Make sure to check out my YouTube channel. So yeah, so I have a full stream archive, so I upload all my streams just completely up to the full, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Then I also have a time-lapse channel, so if you don't want to watch the full stream over again, you can see all the progress, and I make them into like 4 to 5 minute chunks. So you'll see this stream from the beginning of the stream to the very end of the stream, all in like 5 minutes. And those are very fun to do. And then when all the time lapses are finished, I put them all together and make a really long, like 10-minute time lapse where you can see the very, very first lines I make on the piece to the very, very end. And that is very satisfying. Those are called the supercuts. So make sure to keep an eye out for those as well. Let's see, Instagram, YouTube, DeviantArt. Go ahead and check out my commission sheet down below. I have that posted. Maybe consider me using me. I love doing stuff for like D&D characters, any role-playing characters, cyberpunk, Vampire the Masquerade, obviously. So if you have a character, I'd love to work it out with you, talk to you about, like the design, how we're gonna do it. But yeah, check that out. If you don't, if it's fine if you don't, but I love working with people. If you want to just like give me money, I guess, as a donation, I also have a link for that down below. It just gives me a little bit more incentive to keep spending more time on, like it's a labor of, passion. But anyways, yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you, and I'll see you next Tuesday. Have a good night.